Welcome, everyone. I now call this meeting of the Somerville City Council to order, our last regular meeting of the year. In accordance with Chapter 107 of the Acts of 2023, this meeting of the City Council may be conducted via remote participation. Please note that video and audio of this meeting is being recorded and may be shown live on local access government channels and on the City of Somerville website and will be available for future review. Will the clerk please call the roll?
This is roll call. Councillor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councillor Davis.
Here.
Councillor Scott.
Here.
Councillor Strezzo.
Present.
Councillor Klingon.
Present.
Councillor Wilson.
Present.
Councillor Burnley.
Present.
Councillor Gomez-Mocad.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Pineda-Neufeld.
Present.
Councillor Ewan-Kempen.
Here.
With all councillors present, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to our Rule 32, let it be known that this City Council salutes the flag of the United States of America, and let us recall our oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the Commonwealth to the best of our abilities and understanding. We begin our meetings with a moment of silence. Are there councillors wishing to speak on community members? I have 2 moments of silence this evening. First, I would like to remember Somerville native Charles Charlie Byrne, who was born in Somerville in 1941 and who passed away on December 2nd. Charlie was born in Somerville and always referred to himself as a native, but he lived in Melrose and taught in the Malden public schools for over 40 years and was especially passionate about coaching and officiating youth basketball and baseball games. And when he passed, the Melrose Public Schools released a statement calling him, quote, the patriarch of the first family of Melrose basketball. He could be seen and heard on the courts of Melrose to Somerville and beyond. And as a social studies teacher, one of his students in the 1970s was Frank Wright, who some of you may remember as our former city solicitor who reached out. And he let us know about Mr. Byrne's passing and that Mr. Byrne's daughter works in Davis Square and that his connections to Somerville run deep. So I ask that we keep Mr. Byrne in mind this evening. And second, I'm going to ask that we keep in mind tonight the lives that have been lost and are continuing to be at extreme risk in Palestine and Israel over the last several months. 1,200 people were killed in the horrific Hamas attacks on October 7th, mostly civilians, hundreds of others taken hostage, many of them still being held. Since that day, more than 17,000 people in Gaza have been killed. An enormous amount of those people are children. According to the international humanitarian agencies, more children have been killed in Gaza since October 7th than in every conflict in the world last year combined. And on top of the bombing itself, which is the most large-scale bombing campaign of the century, the vast majority of the over 2 million people living there have been forcefully relocated and have been living under siege without sufficient access to food, water, medicine, fuel. I know that for all of us, these past few months have been some of the most difficult, horrifying events of our lifetimes. And I know, as we all have been doing, I just ask tonight that we continue to keep all of these people in our minds and pray for an immediate end to this nightmare. Thank you. Everyone who is able, if you will please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you all. Colleagues, we have a doozy. The end of the year often is. We're going to take the public hearings first. We're going to wait on the citations. I'd like to wait till the end of the meeting, but if it's getting too late, we might take them up a little bit earlier. We're going to waive the rules to take up a number of items that we have staff here for that are time sensitive because it's the end of the year, or that we have members of the public here. So I'm just going to read those quickly in order for anyone taking notes. We're going to take up 6F, which is our home rule petition on rent stabilization, that we'll take that first. After that, the mayor has requested to appear in executive session to give us an update on labor negotiations in the city. This is obviously a top priority for all of us. We're going to do that immediately after the home rule petition. Then we're going to take up A finance item, 6D5, participatory budgeting. After that, items 10.8 and 9, these have to do with a retro payment on the custodian contract. We have two time-sensitive issues, 7.6 and 7.8, that Chief of Staff Spencer is here to speak on. We have a time-sensitive parks grant, 7.7, that Director Yurkis is here for, having to do with a pocket park on Somerville Ave. And I'm sorry, before the park grant, Director Yurkis is actually here for a Parks and Rec invoice, excuse me. So with that, let's do these public hearings.
Let's start with item 1.3, approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of November 9th, 2023.
Seeing no discussion, those are approved.
Those on the table. And item 3.1 is a grant of location from RCN Telecom to install a total of 490 feet of conduit in Columbia Street, to 3 proposed manholes and a point of pickup at 495 Columbia Street, and another 45 feet of conduit to utility pole 76/4 located near 510 Columbia Street.
I'll declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone here to speak?
Probably. You want to tell them to raise their hands?
Please use the raise hand function. Has RCN Telecom sent anyone to speak on this item? Seeing no one,
We got Bill Conway.
Bill Conway.
Yes, good evening. Bill Conway, representing RCN Telecommunications. We're just looking to install the conduit and manholes to provide service to the new building at 495 Columbia Street.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
I have Dan Knopf.
Dan Knopfs.
Yeah, this is Dan Knopfs. I'm the engineering manager for RCN. We've got, as I said, Bill Conway is representing us. I'm here for any questions that might arise on that. We wish you to review and approve this notice to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Are there questions from the council? Councilor Scott.
Mr. President, I reviewed this, and I just want to call attention particularly to one of the conditions, the approval condition, the very first, the approval conditions indicate, or second, sorry, that basically saying that the street, Columbia Street, can't be more restricted than it already is. It does say before construction starts, coordinate with Boynton Gateway and with engineering. Mr. President, if it suits your will there, I'd love to amend that condition just to include and the business operating at 520 Columbia Street. They are the ones most heavily impacted by street restrictions and closures there because they have large vehicles that they're trying to operate 3 shifts on. So if we could just include that, the business at 520 Columbia Street as in the condition. My apologies, it's actually a third condition, approval condition, IMM 231030. Thank you, sir.
All set, Madam Clerk?
520. Got it.
All right, as amended, any further discussion? That item is laid on the table for approval as amended.
Item 3.2 is a grant of location from Comcast to install 3 new manholes and a total of 701 feet of conduit in Columbia Street to a point of pickup at 495 Columbia and 510 Columbia Street.
Declare this public hearing open.
I have Dave Llewellyn.
Dave Llewellyn. Dave Llewellyn, you should be unmuted. Dave Llewellyn, can you hear me? Can you try unmuting? Should we lay this item on the table and take up the next?
The next one might not be much better, because item 3.3 is a grant of location from Comcast, applying for a grant of location to install 7 feet of conduit in Cross Street from proposed Comcast manhole to existing Verizon manhole located near 17 Cross Street.
Let's open the public hearing on this. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Please use the raise hand function.
We've got Dave Llewellyn again.
Dave Llewellyn? You're unmuted on this end.
Is it the audio?
All right, should we lay these on the table and try to get in touch with Mr. Llewellyn at some point during the meeting?
Mr. President?
Counselor Scott?
Not to speak on the most recent one, but the previous one also regarding the RCN at 495 Columbia Street, that's item 3.2. If we could just amend it with the same condition, I would appreciate that before I forget. Thank you.
Excellent. That permit is amended and still on the table.
Okay, so that will then bring us to the first item that we're going to take out of order, which is item 6F, and that is a report of the Committee on Legislative Matters meeting on November 28th, 2023.
Counselor Davis?
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, and bear with me a moment while I pull up the minutes that I was in the middle of pulling up when I got distracted and started doing something else. The committee did meet, and we took up, we have two meetings before us this evening. Mr. Chair, through you to the clerk, could I ask for a, this is the, not the, was this the 5th or the 30th?
This is the November 28th.
Oh, 28th. Gotcha.
6F3 is where that position lives.
6F3. All right, there we go. Technology, look at that. All right, so the primary item of discussion for this meeting was the proposed home rule petition submitted by the mayor's office through the task force that was formed to submit, to request a form of rent stabilization. We had, this was a follow-up discussion from the prior meeting where we had taken this up. In the interim, I met with Director Schachter and members of the administration on some of the follow-up items that I had mentioned at the previous meeting and mentioned in the last report of this committee. Most of those were drafting, not a whole lot of real substantive changes. We did go through that version, adopted the proposed amendments before the committee, and ultimately the committee recommended in a unanimous vote to recommend approval for this item. The minutes are comprehensive, and I know that we have Director Schachter here this evening, so rather than rehash all of the issues, because I think I know in the last report of this committee I talked about two of the sort of key points that were mentioned or that were raised as particular potential concerns. One was to make clear in the home rule petition that if what would happen if a unit goes outside of control of the ordinance, of the potential ordinance, and the other would be the time frame for how long new buildings that are sort of in the works as if and when we pass this would be exempt from the ordinance. The proposal was 15 years. There was a discussion about it being 10 years. Ultimately, the committee decided to stick with the recommendation of the task force. As you know, Mr. President, as a member of the committee for that particular meeting. As you pointed to yourself, you made a compelling argument that the 10 versus 15 years distinction was discussed. It was considered, and ultimately, with an eye on putting something forward that we hope will actually have a chance of getting approved and sent back to us with a go-ahead to put an ordinance in place, we decided to stick with that 15 years. And so with that, I request that the report be accepted as submitted, and I know we have a discussion on the item.
Excellent. On the committee report, which will put the item before us, seeing no discussion, do we need a roll call on that? We do, right?
You do.
Yeah.
On the committee report, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Burnley.
Aye.
Councillor Gomez-Mulcad.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
That committee report is approved, and now I've lost the item number, item 23-1694, approval of a home rule petition authorizing the city of Somerville to regulate rent in residential dwelling units is now before the council.
Excellent. Councillor Davis, did you want to speak on the item? We have Director Schachter here to introduce it. I know councillors wish to speak on it as well.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. So I sort of teased the key issues here, but this is a home rule petition that will, if approved, and that is definitely a big if, finally give us an additional tool to address the incredible challenges that we face with displacement, with rising cost of housing in the city. As well, I won't speak for others. As I believe, and I hear consistently in speaking with folks, this remains the biggest challenge we have as a city, is folks' inability to stay here. Rent control, as it was called back in the day, was prohibited in the Commonwealth through a ballot measure, a statewide ballot measure, where, as pretty much everyone in this room already knows, but for anyone who hasn't heard the story, every city that actually had rent control voted to keep it, and it was all the places where it didn't exist that voted to prohibit it. Some, I don't know, math back in the 80s, and so I'm thrilled that our conversation has now moved to the point, certainly within the city and outside of the city as well, where we're able to talk about this again. We're able to have real conversations, and we're able to bring really engaged and smart people together in a task force. And I've said this before, but I thank you, Mr. President, for raising this issue back in March of this year, first proposing that a home rule petition be drafted, and then working with the administration to put together the task force. I'm grateful to the administration for taking that call and moving forward with it. As I said, the proposal is, I'll speak for myself, it's not what I would have wanted. It's not what would have been my ideal, and we definitely had some tough conversations about a few different points. But at the end of the day, I know that I made my decision based on certainly the input and expertise and passion that you brought to the table, Mr. President. But and with all due respect, far more weight put on the experience of Director Schachter. There's few people in this city that have put as much time and effort into addressing housing affordability and all the challenges, and we're so blessed to have Director Schachter here working for us, heading our Office of Housing Stability. And so at the end of the day, with your recommendation, Mr. President, and Director Schachter's urging that this was what you all felt was our best chance of getting an opportunity to make a real difference in helping folks stay in their rental units, I was compelled, and ultimately, as I said, the entire committee decided to recommend approval as drafted, not make any changes. Although I should note, we did actually add some language that made it clear that we can come up with a process for the decontrol when a unit goes is outside of control. So it's something that wasn't necessarily required, but there's a little bit of language that was added there, just lest there be any argument to the contrary. So on that point, we did include new language. But yeah, with that, I would like to sponsor Director Schachter if she'd like to come up and give us a more articulate explanation of what we're doing, and certainly answer any questions that folks may have.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. I'm Ellen Schachter, Director of the Office of Housing Stability. And I really wanted to thank you for the opportunity to take 2 minutes, which is about all I'm going to take to introduce this petition that's before you tonight. I'm really excited about this, and I think along with what we heard from Councilor Davis, there's probably been 2 decades where it was almost impossible to talk about the issue of rent control. And I am really grateful to the City Council, to the Ballantyne administration, to people on the task force that we're taking this seriously and we're really seizing this opportunity to do something that I believe is meaningful, bold, and has a realistic possibility of moving to the State House. So I'm not going to go through all the task force members again to say thank you. Many of them are here in the audience. Thank you, and yay to everybody. I will just give a special thanks to Nicole Egbritt and to Jill, both of whom were the co-chairs of, Jill Currier, I'm sorry, were the co-chairs of the task force while Morena Zelaya was out on pregnancy leave. So why am I here today urging you to pass this intact as it is and to do it now? And again, I think I echo what President Ewan Campen said, what Councilor Davis said, but this does 3 things. It puts forth a bold policy solution to help our current housing crisis. For the first time in over 2 decades, would give us the power here in Somerville to regulate rents in a meaningful way. It also would allow us to have just cause protections, potentially for every eviction that happens in Somerville. These are 2 tools that are repeatedly identified as absolutely core and critical to tenant protections as it relates to anti-displacement. Second thing, I think this petition really does reflect careful consideration of the many comments that we got from public comment from renters, landlords, and homeowners. We listened. I think we tried to reflect some of what we heard in a way that we felt like was doable within the context of this home rule petition. And third, this is a home rule petition that we can effectively lobby on at the state legislature. Now, none of us are blind to how difficult this lift will be at the State House. And if this is approved by the council, I just want to be clear. We will need not only every one of you sitting in this room, every one of you in the back, everyone listening to us, but there will need to be a coordinated effort on all of our parts to successfully move this through the state legislature. And this is both for this home rule petition and rent control enabling legislation that is pending at the State House. And really one last comment, because I'm just going to be available to answer any questions that you might have, is that we are very, very well aware that current rents are already out of reach, that rent stabilization on its own cannot and will not solve our housing crisis. But as Councilor Davis said so aptly, it is a critical tool in our tool chest that can actually make a difference in people's daily lives. I was a housing attorney in Cambridge, both when rent control lived and when rent control died. And what I can tell you without hesitation is that the Cambridge, when rent control lived, was one that was more racially, culturally, and economically diverse. And with this said, I believe that rent stabilization as presented here tonight is a path towards more equitable and just Somerville. With that said, I'm going to turn this back to the council. I urge you to pass this in its form that it's in tonight, and I'm available to answer any questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Director. Questions, comments? I saw Councilor Scott and Councilor Burnley as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to task force members, Director Schachter, and of course everybody who worked on this. Chair Davis, I think, undersells the work of his committee that took their time, that had some very important policy discussions. Not all the votes that happened went the way that I would have wanted them to go, and that's okay. I think that's part of what happens in democracy. I also very much appreciate the diligence of the chair and our law department for accommodating my perhaps pedantic and extravagant need for caution on making sure we had the mechanisms I was looking for and the protections I was looking for. But I think those are all an important part of how the sausage is made, but really a far smaller part of it than the enormous amount of work that went into this beforehand and the absolutely staggering amount of work that it is going to take afterwards to get this to advance through the State House. I really appreciate Director Schachter's comments about this. You know, because again, any form of rent stabilization is going to be better than no form of rent stabilization. I personally own and live in an owner-occupied two-family, and I don't personally believe that I should have the right to raise my rents on my tenants by 100% or 50% or some ridiculous number. I think the guidelines that are being presented here are, again, fair and balanced when it comes to many properties, all those properties that are 4 units and above. But I know that I have many neighbors in these 2 and 3 family owner-occupied units, and I think they deserve the same protections. Now, I made this argument in committee, and I could count the votes there. And I could make that argument tonight, but I can also count the votes here. And ultimately, what I want to do is to raise up the words that Director Schachter just said about this putting us on a path to a more just and equitable Somerville. I have been asked by people I respect who have been working on this item. I have been asked by people I respect who are my neighbors, who live in my ward, who have been in this fight for, in some cases, over a decade longer than I've been alive, to say, let's win this fight together. So here I am. I am ready to have the next fight just as soon as we can win this one. But thank you all for this work, and I'm looking forward to supporting this as written tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Burnley.
Hello, am I audible?
We hear you.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, I echo the comments of my colleagues who have demonstrated just how thankful and grateful we are to the committee that put this together, to the renters who took time out of their days to not only help draft this proposal, but also to give commentary to our body as well as others, to ensure that we created a proposal that it was in line with the values of Somerville. As everyone knows, housing stability is not a luxury, it is a necessity, and one that requires work from our municipal and state governments. Like so many of my colleagues and so many of the folks who are there today, I've struggled with housing stability, being able to stay in the community that I love due to rising rents that have no cap on them, that have no reasonable boundaries, and are only controlled by the proclivities and inclinations of unelected wealthy individuals. At a time when Wall Street investors are buying up incredible amounts of housing across our country, and including in Somerville, where billions of dollars of property are owned by LLCs, we know that increasing the housing supply alone cannot reverse this steep poverty and debt that the rising rents have caused, and that rent control remains an incredibly necessary and powerful tool for our city to ensure that our residents are able to stay here. I will say, as some of my colleagues have alluded to, I have had some deep concerns about the policies that we are speaking about tonight, specifically about the length and breadth of the exceptions carved out within it. That would allow some of my neighbors who are renters who have no additional protections. And I've been asked by, some of our community to push for more changes to make this as strong as it possibly can be. And I take those calls very seriously. Having said that, given where I believe my colleagues are on this, and given what the director has said and what some of my colleagues have said about needing to take this fight in order so that we can have a policy in place and that over time it can grow to match the ferocity and the vigor of our community, I do believe that we should advance this policy. We should fight for rent control to be reestablished in the state and Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And then once we've done that, I hope to continue that fight so that Somerville's policies can actually match the strength that I think our residents deserve. But given where we are right now, I think the first thing we need to do is make sure that we can have the ability to actually have this conversation with real consequences and real enforcement. And that starts with passing a rent stabilization or rent control proposal through the State House. And so I just want to make it clear where I stand and say that I will be voting in support of this measure tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Kelly.
One last thought. Through the president, I did not get to participate in the legislative matters discussions. I swapped my hat out for yours. I just want to appreciate all of the staff and the organizers on the ground who are leading this work. This reminds me so much of the Student Opportunity Act, which, for those who don't know, was the $2 billion education investment that passed back in 2019. This was an item that took years and years of people organizing around and also impacted few communities. It impacted the poorest, most working class, most immigrant communities in the state. Those were the folks who were going to get the $2 billion. It was not everyone across the Commonwealth. And so when I think about this issue of housing justice, when I think about rent stabilization, it is those same communities, the few, not the many, not the suburban parts of Massachusetts, that are going to benefit most deeply and most critically from actually having rent stabilization as a policy at our disposal. And when we went to the State House over and over and over again, and we're told we're never going to pass this because suburban communities don't want to pay $2 billion to poor Black and brown school districts, we still went back. And we fought, and we did not compromise, and we ended up with a piece of legislation that was the most transformative education policy in the last 3 decades. So I fundamentally believe that we will win. It's going to take a broad coalition of us, people in municipal government, organizers on the ground, radical folks across the state who go to the State House over and over and over again and make it incredibly uncomfortable for people who sit in big chairs like this to deny that this is not a crisis, because we know that it is. So to the folks who are pessimistic about whether or not we can have the legislature change, don't be. It is possible, but we have to hold each other's elbows together, stick our necks out there and fight tooth and nail until they do the right thing, because they don't do it just because they want to. They do it because we make them. So thank you for all the work that you do. I'm so excited to pass this tonight and have it be the last thing I sign on to, but just so much gratitude for all of y'all.
We got Councillor McLaughlin, then Gomez-Molcad.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councillor Kelly mentioned me when she mentioned pessimists, so I figured I'd speak up for a moment. I've often made light of the home rule petitions and their fate at the State House, but I want to just talk about the historic significance of this for the city of Somerville itself, because I don't think even 6 years ago we'd be passing a home rule petition for rent control in Somerville. And I just think about years before that, seeing many people in the audience who I've known for years and some people who I've met recently who are all fighting this good fight. I remember one of of the first actions I took, I know Ellen was there, several other people were there in front of City Hall. We had a little sit-in for housing justice, people pulling up sleeping bags, because the planning board or the zoning board rejected a affordable housing for homeless families that wanted to build. It was a 6-family unit. They wanted to build 8 units, and they rejected it because of parking, because they didn't have enough parking spots. And multiple city councilors, aldermen at the time, testified against this project based on the parking, because a few people in the neighborhood didn't want it. And we came up and spoke out against that, and we didn't win that fight that year. And then there were other fights we didn't win. We had the federal realty waiver. That was a fight we didn't win. But we keep moving forward. And I view sending this home rule to the State House, regardless of what happens, as a victory, because we are moving the needle in the right direction. And I don't think, again, in Somerville, even 6 years ago, when many of us were elected on a platform of affordable housing, I don't think even then it would have passed. It at least wouldn't have passed unanimously, which I hope it passes tonight. So I just want to, this is a good gift, and then on top of that, we passed the triple-decker ordinance, or zoning change, which allow 3rd unit citywide, which, again, 6 years ago would not have happened. So things are moving forward. They're moving in the right direction. We need the rest of the Commonwealth to get on board, and I do want to thank yourself, Mr. President. I want to thank Ellen for spearheading this and giving something practical that hopefully we can get to the State House and then figure things out. And thanks to all the activists as well, all the people who emailed us and made this happen, because one last thought too is the transfer tax. Remember that one that we thought was going to die, and now the governor's talking about it. We had a city hall full of people angry about the transfer tax. And one of the things I kept hearing is, what next, rent control? And now here we are a few years later, and we're talking about rent control, and there's nobody speaking in opposition. So thank you, everyone, for your hard work, and let's get this done.
Councilor Gomez Moacad, Klingon, and Pineda Newfield.
I want to remind folks who question this home rule petition that not all jobs in our economy pay exorbitant salaries. They're vital members of our economy who get paid very little, and we need them to live close to the places they work. I just learned recently that a brand new hospital here couldn't hire housekeeping staff. It took them years and years. This is going to impact many things. It's an incredibly good for all of us. If not, we got to take care of those who take care of us, who take care daily of our lives, and their jobs are just as valuable as anybody else's. This is about respecting and understanding that housing is our veins. It's the lifeline of our cities. We can't be without it. And with that, I also want to remind folks that this is just one start. We need to start building massive amounts of affordable housing. And we have to maintain and protect our public housing. My first housing project ever was the demolition of a public housing project because it was in such dire straits. We just don't invest housing, and we're paying more and more. So for those who question rent control, you've paid a freaking fortune in neglect of housing out there. And you're gonna keep it up, and this is it's absolutely needed, because we have to remember, we are a system. We all depend on each other, and we cannot just take care of one. Thank you.
Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I just want to say how grateful I am to everybody who's done the work on this issue, in the past to present and forward in the fight at the State House with this for this legislation. I'll just tell you, I'll just personalize this for a minute. When people ask me where I grew up in Somerville, I say Winter Hill, because that's where I spent most of my time growing up. But I lived in at least 6 or 7 different apartments growing up. I lived on Boston Ave, then we moved to Garrison Ave in West Somerville, Grant Street, Charles Ryan Road, Sycamore Street. and I was houseless for a little bit. I lived with my sister down in East Somerville. Point being is that, you know, my mother fought for rent control in the 80s here in Somerville. And, you know, when somebody asked me that one time, where did you grow up? And I said, Winter Hill. And I said, well, you know, I kind of grew up all over. I grew up living around the city. And the lady said, oh, someone must have had trouble paying the rent. And it like really kind of just kicked me in the chest, you know, because that's true. That is true. And, you know, these are apartments back in the 80s when, you know, I mean, you didn't move into a painted apartment. You moved into the trash that was left there. You moved into the roaches that were still there from the bomb. You know, these were the conditions in those days. And, you know, it wasn't until my mother found a benevolent landlord on Sycamore Street that we were able to find some stability. Unfortunately, she had to sell, and it's funny, my daughter was doing a project recently, and she's Google search for my mother, and I don't know why. I mean, I don't know. I mean, she's done a lot of things in the city of Somerville, Cass. You know, she worked at different places, but the only public record you can find a public record of her fighting with the landlord who bought the house on Sycamore as she battled breast cancer as a DCF foster parent for other kids, and fought tooth and nail to stay there as long as she could before she was ultimately forced out. But she did fight that battle. She ended up in housing in Charlestown. But I say all this to say that I know firsthand what that instability looks like. And I only live in Somerville because of a benevolent landlord myself. It's kind of happenstance that I'm here, even though I grew up in the city. So for me to be on this council, for this to be here tonight is extremely, it's an honor for me, and it's really something that I'm proud to vote in favor of. And, you know, I understand that some people don't feel like it's strong enough. I say, if we can even put something up to the State House that puts the two words together, rent and control, I say, you know, thank you, and I'm all for it. And I will be supporting this, obviously, and I just want to, again, thank all my colleagues. And, you know, there's a lot of people who don't live in Somerville anymore, as we know, that may have still been here had, you know, people like Councilor McLaughlin and myself got involved in politics, or if we were of age to get involved in politics, you know, 30 years ago, I think hopefully things would have been different. So, so happy to support this tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to sort of pause, and I feel a little emotional about this because I'm so heartened to sit in a horseshoe with colleagues all voicing support for rent stabilization tonight. It is one of the best parts about living in the city is knowing that I sit alongside colleagues who care so deeply and passionately as I do about housing justice. So thank you for all of you and for your commitment and passion and support tonight. I know we all want to wax poetic tonight for a long time, so I'll just share a couple of quick things. I want to lift up in this home rule petition the just cause eviction protection. You know, rent stabilization is an important piece of this puzzle. So is eviction protection. You know, we talk about keeping people in the city and figuring out how to stop the bleed of displacement in the city, and this is a big part of that. I remember talking to Director Schachter about just cause eviction protection during COVID when we sat together on the Immigrant Services Unit, and the importance of figuring out how to do this in the city. And here we are tonight about to vote on this home rule petition. So I'm just excited about this and about the hard work that went into this tonight. And like many in the city, as a renter myself, have experienced both, as Councilor Klingon was saying, landlords who have kept rent stable for many, many years. I was in an apartment for 6 years and not a dollar raised in my rent, and the stress level that has shifted in my life that I'm in an apartment now. I moved a year ago to make room for a baby, and the landlord in the first year raised rent and has told me directly he's going to continue to raise rent in this apartment that's very close to Davis Square. It's in a desirable neighborhood, obviously. And the real conversations I have to have with my partner about what does that mean for us now that we have to pay for daycare and rising rents every year that we don't know how far he's going to go. And the juxtaposition between knowing what my rent is going to be every year and not has really drastically changed how we look at what our future is. And I know that that is not a unique situation in Somerville. So many residents can relate to not knowing what their rent payment is going to be next year or the year after and what that means for their family. So I share that because I'm right there with so many of our constituents who have talked to me about how important this is, and I'm looking forward to supporting it tonight.
Councilor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just want to add my voice in thanking everyone who served on the 3 anti-displacement task forces, the community members who came out and gave testimony at the public hearings on rent stabilization, city staff who worked on this, the administration for backing rent stabilization like this, our colleagues on legislative matters who spent multiple nights in committee meetings to get us to this point, and you, Mr. President, for getting this whole thing going. Look, there are details of this home rule petition that I wish were different, but I respect the labor that went into this. By the public, city staff, and legislative matters. So I'll be supporting this home rule petition tonight in its current form. And I'll put my usual Beacon Hill pessimism aside here and commit publicly to being at the State House to advocate for rent stabilization in Somerville and statewide. And I hope you all join me.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thanks. Colleagues, let's just pass it, please. I love hearing your thoughts, but we've all worked hard to get to this moment. Let's just pass it, roll up our sleeves, and get ready to fight at the State House. Let's go.
As they say, when you don't have the votes, talk. When you do have the votes, vote. I just want to thank everybody. I could do this all night, honestly. I absolutely love every single thing that my colleagues said. I loved every day serving with the anti-displacement task force. When we set out to build a home rule petition, we were really clear, we're not doing this as a protest. If we wanted to do a protest, we would do a protest. We are trying to pass a home rule petition that we can actually move forward on the State House, and that is easier said than done. There are a lot of opinions in this city, and it takes coalition building, it takes really listening to each other to get us to this point, and that's what the task force did. I want to thank Mayor Ballantyne for getting involved as well. This, obviously would not have happened without the administration's support, and colleagues, I'm just really touched by everything that was said tonight. Let's take a vote.
On the item, approval of a home rule petition authorizing the City of Somerville to regulate rent in residential dwelling units. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Milcad.
Yes.
Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With all councilors in favor, that item is approved.
Congratulations. All right, colleagues, we have a bunch of members of the public here. What I'd like to do is let's move to go into executive session. That's our next thing. And then let's take 10 minutes to get there to celebrate together.
So this will be item 7.4, a request of the mayor requesting that this council convene an executive session to receive an update on the status of collective bargaining negotiations with all municipal bargaining units.
All right, so colleagues, we are going to go into executive session for this update, and we will return in open session after that. Let's take a roll call.
On the motion, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
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 Councilor Gomez-Milcad.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley. Let's give him a second.
Aye.
Councilor Kelly. Yes. Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With all councilors in favor, we are in recess.
Well said to you.
So I'm kind of like, I might just go here, just here. I mean, like, by the time that comes up, you guys are. The what? Oh, God. I saw them, you know, they got rid of me. I can have a. Anyways, what are you doing? So many things happening. Oh, yeah, that's it. I'm showing up, you know, so much bigger, but yeah. I don't know though, what do I do? Which is fine, I just think that means this is no, so that's why I'm like, maybe I'll go home and then take it. What do you do? You're staying. But at least you're just here. Yeah. A love night. It's good for one night of love. It's good for Twitter. Yeah. One night of love. Yeah. Does anyone know it? They're like, exactly. That's what I mean. So that's what we guys do. Yeah. But like the back to us versus the back. Yeah. As opposed to. Oh, yeah. I think canceled the thing in the brain. That makes a lot of sense. Branded invites. Good stuff? Oh, it's Jenny? Oh, like minted, like little plates. Well, would they be? There's cameras in here. Would they be here for the roofs stuff? Is that why they're leaving? Yeah. Address not listed. It's not a bad move. no, yeah, Jeff, he does like to, we don't, okay. He's scary. Yeah, graphic people, they want to execute. The word execute is no, okay. Just didn't know Jeff's story. I know he lives next to them. He's very low-key, but fine, we're not going to have to say a word. I think that word is pretty crazy. What becomes like violent? That's really he might. Do we know if he's an executor or he's just talking? Maybe he meant another word. Yeah. Yes. He's one of those. Because I've actually met him, like out to dinner, and he's done it with his wife, like no, and he's lovely. And then X, whatever it's called. And so execute. I'm like, this isn't a good word for the kids. But did you work for him? Please tell me you did. You're funny. So the long story, do we take it out? Oh, what is his like passion for running? Just everything fun, but never really just enjoy everything. Pat makes a lot of money, Tony, that guy. I was wondering who Pat was. I guess he's real. Wait, is Pat still the one that doesn't take credit cards down by the tavern? Oh, that place is the worst. Yeah, it's where everybody's money. Yeah. Yeah. I got to there for Boston. First day I moved to Boston. Yeah. Same. And I remember, and it was like 15 minutes. I had parked out front and put my hazards on. And we had a our U-Haul. Yeah. And I was just looking down the fence. We just brought stuff in. That's it. And I came back out a few minutes later and I was like, no one could tell me where it was. That's how it was so confusing to everybody. And even the people who wanted to know where would my car get cut, and no one would tell me. And then like, someone just guessed. It was like this. Try this place in Somerville. I go. And like half the lots in Charlestown and half the lots in Somerville, right? Like, and I go and I'm like, yeah. I'm like, what's? And my mom and I are driving on like a dark night, and we're driving there. And I
All right, colleagues, we're back. Next item, please.
And Mr. President, we're going to start with a roll call returning from executive session. Councilor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilor Davis.
Here.
Councilor Scott.
Scott.
Councilor Scott. Present. Councilor Strezzo.
Present.
Councilor Klingon.
Present.
Councilor Wilson.
Present.
Councilor Wilson.
Still present.
Councilor Burnley.
Still present.
Councilor Gomez-Mocad. Councilor Kelly.
Present.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Present.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Here.
With 10 councilors present and 1 absent, we have a quorum.
Excellent. So I'd like to sever item 6D5 from the Finance Committee report to put it before the council, please.
And on that motion, Councilor McLaughlin.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion?
To sever item 23-1721, which is item 6D5 from the Finance Committee report of December 12th, 2023.
Just don't want to vote the wrong way, yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott. Yes. Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Mocad. Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is severed. And so that will put request of the mayor requesting the appropriation of $955,000 from the Participatory Budgeting Stabilization Fund for the purpose of implementing the winning projects from Somerville's first participatory budgeting cycle before the council.
Here, here. Welcome.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Megan Huckenpaller, and I'm the budget analyst for the city and lead on the Participatory Budgeting Initiative. And I'm here tonight to formally request the appropriation of $955,000 from the Participatory Budgeting Stabilization Fund. The fund was established and created last June for the express purpose of allowing residents to have a direct say in how they want to see their city transformed. Within the auditing division of the general fund approved for the fiscal year that we are currently in was another $50,000 to carry out this initiative. Last fall, we had 11 residents and Councilor Kelly convene to develop a rulebook outlining the process, procedure, and voting mechanisms. You may recall that 2 members of that group presented here in January of this year. By March, we had launched the idea submission phase, and by the close of that 2-month window, received 966 ideas from 588 residents. Guidelines for the ideas were communicated as one-time expenses that did not require the hiring of additional city staff. Over the summer, next we had 40 residents gather over a 10-week period to review all of those ideas, meet with city staff, and determine which projects should make it onto the final ballot. And lastly, this fall, over a 4-week period spanning September and October, 3,890 residents voted on their top 5 projects of the final 20. The results supported the following 5 projects in order of most votes. $55,000 to support direct community food access, $250,000 to accelerate bike lanes, $200,000 for bus stop improvements, $250,000 for faster Big Belly trash can adoption for rat abatement, and $200,000 for shade structures in a project titled Keep It Cool in the Ville. We had 74% of voters who said that they were satisfied or highly satisfied with the initiative, and all the data can be found on Somerville's open data portal at data.somervillema.gov. Thank you to the public for bringing this to life, the volunteers who allowed me to affectionately call them participatory buddies, staff members who came to meetings during their evenings, and for everyone else who was able to help get this initiative off the ground. I look forward to sharing more information as the projects progress, and all of those updates will be made available on our webpage, somervillema.gov/P as in participatory, B as in budgeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to everyone. I know Councilor Burnley has a question. Councilor Burnley?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to ask fairly briefly 2 quick questions. The announcement for this participatory budgeting project or program was, I believe, very well received in the community. I know I was excited for it. It was announced as $1 million, and I did take notes that this is $955,000. Previously, the council supported a resolution or order that I put forward to add $45,000 to food access, which amongst the projects that were approved was for the lowest amount of money. I'm curious if a member of the administration could speak to why we haven't upped this overall amount to $1 million as it was initially proposed, and subsequently, can I ask where the $45,000 that is missing is going to go? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the questions, Councilor Burnley. The additional $45,000 will remain in the stabilization fund, and we will roll that through to our next funding cycle. Because we did not have enough funding to support the 6th most popular project, we're going to keep this for our next round of ideas.
Through the chair, just really quickly as a clarification, when you say the stabilization fund, you do not mean that it's going to stay with the ARPA money, broadly speaking. Is that what you mean?
No, not ARPA funding. This is a specific stabilization fund for participatory budgeting, which will only be used towards ideas through this process.
Thank you. I will say I'm still a bit confused why we haven't just done the 1 million as we initially said, or if we are not going to do that, why the ARPA funding is not with the rest of the ARPA funding from which this pot of money came from. But maybe that's a conversation for a different day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank the team who worked on this, going through these results. Of course, the 6th most popular idea was pedestrian safety at the community path intersection, which was $150,000, which is why we couldn't fund that full project because we only had $45,000 left. But I'm super excited to see how residents came up with ideas, even the most popular ones that you all will be funding tonight, we will be funding tonight. I think are in many ways aligned with the budget priorities that this council puts forward every single budget cycle. They echo to many of the things that we discussed back in March. So I hope that the items that didn't get funded in this round of participatory budgeting through the stabilization fund get funded in the future if residents vote for them, but that all these suggestions ultimately get integrated into the mayor's upcoming FY25 budget. These ideas are great. Nothing would sing louder to the residents than seeing those things in the actual fiscal year budget. So ordering for the table as I'm leaving the restaurant, hopefully the administration will take these ideas. But again, congrats to everybody who voted on this, and I'm super excited to see more big belly trash cans stopping rats in the neighborhood.
And thank you, Councillor Kelly, for representing this council on the participatory budgeting task force working group. Yeah. I want to thank you all. I think for members of the public, kind of pulling off what we say we're going to do as a city might seem like a straightforward thing to do, but it's hard. It takes a ton of work, and this was a project that really was just delivered really beautifully, I thought. I think that the public bought into this, and I loved seeing the ads on the Big Belly cans around the city. I loved how much interest there was in it. I hope that going forward we will continue to see the types of kind of basic infrastructure priorities that all of us care so much about, and also I hope slightly more whimsical proposals in the future that we can get funded as well. So I'm looking forward to the future. Thank you. Let's vote on it.
On the item, the appropriation of $955,000 from the Participatory Budgeting Stabilization Fund. Councillor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Scott.
Yes.
Counselor Strezzo.
Yes.
Counselor Klingon.
Yes.
Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Counselor Burnley.
Yes.
Counselor Gomez-Moacad.
Yes.
Counselor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With all counselors in favor, that item is approved.
Excellent. Now let's move to items 10.8 and 10.9, please.
Indeed. Item 10.8 is a request of the mayor requesting the appropriation of $185,774 from the Salary and Wage Stabilization Fund to the DPW School Custodians Other Lump Sum Payments Account to fund the retrospective portion of a collective bargaining settlement with the Firemen and Oilers Local 3 Service Employees International Union. And item 10.9 is a request of the mayor requesting the appropriation of $65,211 from the salary contingency account to various DPW school custodians accounts to fund a collective bargaining settlement with the Firemen and Oilers Local 3 Service Employees International Union.
Director, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through to the council, Mike Mastroboni, Budget Director for the City of Somerville. You'll remember a few short weeks ago, I was in front of this council requesting an appropriation to begin the funding of this collective bargaining settlement. This is the second piece of that. The reason for two separate appropriations, the first 10.8, the appropriation from Salary and Wage Stabilization Fund to other lump sum payments will fund the prior year fiscal 23 payments for these colleagues of mine, and the item 10.9 funds the fiscal 24 portion retroactive to, I believe, this past Monday when these employees began being paid at their new rate per the collective bargaining agreement. So I'm happy to answer any questions as they relate to that. These two appropriations, along with the one from a few weeks ago, will allow us to completely implement this collective bargaining settlement.
Thank you. Councilor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. Really well explained. Let's get these folks paid.
Seeing no discussion, we need a roll call on 10.8.
We do indeed. On the item 23-1872, appropriation of $185,774 from the Salary and Wage Stabilization Fund. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo. Yes. Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Moacad.
Yes.
Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With all councilors in favor, that item is approved.
Excellent. Let's take up item 7.
The other one on the table for approval? Yeah?
Yeah, we'll lay 10.9 on the table for approval at the end of the meeting.
Perfect.
I have been informed that the Comcast representative is back, so we'll do that after we take up these staff items.
Excellent. So the next item will be item 7.6, and I will find that momentarily, I promise. Item 7.6, a request of the mayor requesting the appropriation of $300,000 from the Emergency Response Stabilization Fund for temporary shelter, food, and other common necessities for displaced individuals and families.
Chief of Staff Spencer, welcome.
Thank you very much. Nikki Spencer, Chief of Staff, she, her, hers, through you, Mr. President. Thank you for having me tonight to speak on this item. As you recall, we proposed this fund back during budget time to provide support for families and individuals displaced by fires, floods, evictions, other events that happen in our city. Since June, over the summer through the fall, an interdepartmental effort has come together to figure out how best to use these funds. So I'm here tonight, but I want to acknowledge the work of our colleagues in OHS, HHS, SOIA, ISD, Public Safety, Finance, and others to work out how to best use these funds based on past and predicted events. And that includes eligibility criteria and really how we use these funds to serve people who need need it most on, one of the darkest days potentially in their lives. As a result, we've also had to explore multiple procurement options in order to solve a few different problems. One of which is that these events can occur at any time of day. So at 2 a.m., when our colleagues in fire or inspectional services need to connect a resident or family to a hotel or potential sheltering option, they need to be able to have a ready contract between the city and that hotel in order to facilitate that. On the other hand, if we have contracts with only a few hotels, sometimes they do not have availability, and we do not have the flexibility as a municipality through procurement to make a quick change. As a result, we're also exploring an RFP with nonprofit partners, which we have some instances of doing this in the past. They are not available 24 hours a day, like some of our emergency responders. However, they have more flexibility in their ability to procure hoteling services. And so by approaching this from a few different angles, we hope to have the flexibility we need to address different circumstances that we might incur as a city based on these events. These contracts we're also exploring could provide other basic necessities like food. So our request tonight is to appropriate these funds so we can move forward with some of these options, but I want to make clear we still have work to do, and we will continue to follow up on all of these issues to get them done. But again, by having multiple contracts around hoteling with multiple providers, we hope to be able to adapt in the moment to support Somerville residents regardless of availability of hotel rooms and the various circumstances of the displacement events that we face. So thank you, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thanks so much. Through the President to Chief of Staff Spencer, thanks for being with us tonight. I'm super excited to see this stabilization get appropriated, but there was no documentation attached to this last meeting, so obviously there will not be a follow-up meeting for me in terms of reading a document, but as a member of the public, $300,000 is a pretty sizable chunk of change. Where is this money going? Are there any contracts in place at the moment? Have there been any vendors that we've procured in the meantime where some of this money will be going? Just, $300,000 is a lot to just say we're appropriating this blank check with nothing attached. So can you just add some detail to this item?
Through the President, I totally understand, Councillor. I do need this appropriation in order to move forward on some of the things that we've just discussed. And normally, I think I would give you a little bit more material. Some of these things are still in process. Myself, our colleagues in procurement and OHS have been very gently and persistently calling many hotels who are quite busy at this time. But we are coming before you tonight in part because it's getting cold. And we know we had an event last year where there was a night where it feels like every pipe in Somerville burst. And so normally I think we'd be giving you a little bit more documentation, but I'm asking tonight for flexibility so that we can get this off the ground as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. Through the President, so it sounds like there are some eligibility requirements that have been worked out but are not necessarily finalized yet. Is that correct, or have you sorted out what your eligibility requirements are going to be?
Through the President, that's a great question. At the beginning of the summer, I think we had a different idea. And frankly, if you're looking at the sort of state of Massachusetts, our shelter crises for both our unhoused and our families, we're trying to think about what that eligibility criteria might need to be to adapt to that situation. Again, it depends on what our hotel contracts, what they're willing to do. So I don't have a clear answer for you tonight. I think that we are re-examining those with our colleagues in SOIA, OHS, and HHS in particular to ensure that whatever we put in place with our nonprofit partners, with our hotel partners, might be updated, frankly, based on the needs that we're experiencing right now.
Through the President, thank you. I would just say moving forward, once you have those eligibility requirements, coming back to the council with a memo and just outlining pretty plainly how this $300,000 will be spent and who will be eligible for it, I think just helps the public trust that this money is going to get put to good use. Of course, as the chair of Public Health and Public Safety, we've been talking extensively about the warming centers that are going to be started up January 1st, once a vendor gets secured, fingers crossed. So there is lots of need, and the money will get put to good use, but of course, a $300,000 blank check is what it looks like right now if I was a member of the public just looking at this item. So the sooner you can come back with information and documentation and just saying, look, this is who's going to be eligible, these are the circumstances in which people can get access to these funds or these funds will be made available, it just helps smooth the process along for everybody and make folks realize that the stabilization fund was a good use of free cash. So I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Further questions? Councilor Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate that line of questioning from my colleague at large, and it is yet another bittersweet reminder of how much I am going to miss her in just a couple weeks, so or a couple hours, honestly. So that is exactly the kind of line of questioning I had here. So I think what I heard is that the thinking has evolved from where it was this summer, and there is an understanding of an urgent need to have some things in place before this council perhaps reconvenes in the second week of January. You know, in the grants world, that is a lot to ask for, a lot of trust to be asked for basically, again, a blank check with no documentation. When would we be able to, would we be expecting to have a report in that first council meeting in January of what the encumbrances were on that $300,000 and where it's going? And I ask because I have people who contacted me saying this money on the agenda, saying, oh, thank God, does that mean we're actually going to start housing people in East Somerville? I don't know if the answer to the question is yes, based on this. So yes, when would we get an update on what exactly was encumbered with this?
Through you, Mr. President, let me speak a little bit further on our thinking on this. So we are trying to move as quickly as possible. As you know, we have some competition with the state around hotel rooms. And when I say that we have these concurrent emergencies, I want to be clear that this will not be housing. $300,000 would not be sufficient, I think you're aware. But we do know that wait times to get into shelters or to get into other facilities are going to be longer right now. And that's why we're trying to take a look at this a little bit more flexibly. When we think about eligibility, back to the good councilor's questions, we do want to be mindful of the best use of these dollars and have perhaps some income and some thoughts around, you know, some of our residents, they may have renter's insurance, they may have other options, and so this is really for folks who may not have those options. However, we know in the moment you can't possibly verify your income if you've lost your documentation, all those things, and so we're working through how best to use this for the folks who need it the most, but also flexibly. I really do hope that we have something to come back to you in January. I will admit that it has been challenging to get some of our hotel partners to respond to some of these requests. I think that there has been a lot of conversation with the state, and so we continue to work with them, understand how best to procure this with the city. It is challenging to do a direct contract. As you know, hotels have a lot of incidentals, a lot of things that are a little tough to do on the municipal side, and that's why we hope to be putting out an RFP at least for the nonprofit point very shortly. And at least on that point, I hope to have an update for you by the time that this body reconvenes in January.
Okay, well, you know, I appreciate that. I certainly very keenly understand how hard it is to work with hotels on this. Speaking as somebody who has had to do that multiple times in the last year and a half for fires that have happened in my district, and there was no assistance for these people on the city level. So I'm glad we're trying to do something. I understand how complicated that can be. Yep, I guess there are advocates for various pieces of this problem, whether it's a migrant problem, whether it is a substance use problem, whether it's all the co-occurring conditions that happen with a lot of our problems that all go back to housing stability. And advocates in different silos of that are contacting me, asking me if this money is going to go at something that is going to alleviate their particular problem. So that's where the clarity clarity I'm looking for. That's why I'm just trying to have an answer to give folks. So I appreciate it, and hopefully we'll get some great answers in the second week of January. I'll see you then.
Councilor Burnley.
Thank you through the chair. I echo the comments of my colleagues in the spirit of financial transparency and just clarity around this funding. You know, I also had residents reach out to me with questions about where this money was going and what particular issue was seeking to address. I do want to just uplift the request momentarily and thank the administration, thank Director Spencer, I always get the titles a little off, for the work that she's helped convene here, and also to thank the liaisons who have followed up on this council's request to alert us when there are incidents, natural disasters, fires in our areas. Because of that effort, I was able to stand alongside residents who were just made unhoused because of a massive fire a few streets away from where I live. And to see how vigorously and empathetically our city staff worked with them to make sure that they understood that the city had their back, that they would not, that they would have somewhere to go to sleep that night. And as these incidents are traumatic, tragic, and hopefully not too frequent, when they do happen, I think it is incredibly important that we have these funds available to support folks. And I just want to make clear, given the constituency that we have, when a house burns down in Somerville, it's not usually one family that needs to be rehoused. It's often 5 or 4 unrelated individuals who may need 2, 3, 4 different hotel vouchers or different assistances from the city. And so I think it's incredibly important that we put the funds that are necessary forward, of course, with as much transparency and clarity as possible. But I just want to thank the administration for asking for this allocation and urge them to continue keeping the council in the loop when there are these incidences in our community, because I think it's incredibly important that these folks on these incredibly traumatic days know that their government is on their side. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we need a roll call.
We do. On item 23-1858, the appropriation of $300,000 from the Emergency Response Stabilization Fund. Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo. Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Mocad.
Yes.
Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is approved. That will bring us to item 7.8, a request of the mayor requesting approval of a transfer of $35,000 from the mayor's office personal services salaries account to the mayor's office special events account for official events.
Through you, Mr. President, thank you for also having me for this item. As you know, at budget time, I came before you and asked for about $35,000 for special events line item in the executive administration budget. This was an increase due to my anticipation of higher costs, increased attendance at our events over the past year as more and more things were held in person rather than remote at the height of the pandemic. In addition, this is an inauguration year, and those years historically have had higher expenses in this line. Since June, we've noted an increase in some costs, particularly in food items that I was not able to predict at the time. We've had holiday celebrations, Civic Day, senior picnics and gifts, and some supplies for our events. We still have some holiday-related expenses to come, additional gifts for seniors, our inauguration, and of course the funds that we set aside each year for the June 30th fireworks. The administration is requesting a move of $35,000 from our own personal services services line to our special events line. We have this leeway in our personal services budget due to several vacancies, which have either been filled or will be filled shortly. So thank you for considering this request, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Same question. Is it possible to provide some documentation on how this $35,000 will be spent? You know, of course, during budget season, we went into quite depth about how I'm literally just looking at your year-to-date averages around how your special events funds get used. So we obviously had that conversation back in June. This is a move. It would be just helpful to have some documentation around how this money is going to get spent. So in the new year, is it possible to just follow up with a memo, attach receipts, you know, the things that we typically do in a finance committee meeting when money like this is moved?
Through you, Mr. President, I can also give you a bit of an idea.
Sure.
You know, tonight. We certainly have other holiday celebrations. We also have an inauguration, and then again, the fireworks in particular. We always reserve a little less than $10K at the end of each year, and so while I don't necessarily need this $35K all right now, I also wanted to save time and just come back to you once, as opposed to again in the future.
Happy to approve this item tonight. It would, however, be helpful to just have that listed out as a small memo on this item. We will be approving this tonight, so we won't be able to retroactively do that, but in the new year, providing that documentation just makes the public trust that when money gets moved, it's being used for the right reasons.
Understood. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. Through you to the Chief of Staff. Press release went out earlier tonight about inauguration on January 2nd at the Row Hotel. I'm curious if they're, just given the state of the budget there, if there was any thought to doing this in a city-owned property this year, perhaps the Armory that we own, perhaps, you know, at City Hall somehow?
Through you, Mr. President, we looked at a bunch of different options, including our good friends at the Armory. So there were many sort of pros and cons involving multiple vendors and what we could pull together on a short notice. The venue that we ultimately chose, a lot of it is included in that package. We also had many higher numbers thrown at us, and we were able to bring that number down significantly. And I just want to mention that when we think about our events, we are trying to be as thoughtful as possible about our budget, what we spend on these events, and you know, delivering events that our community deserves, but mindful of all the weighty subjects that we've talked tonight, that we have other things to be spending our tax dollars on as well. So we did consider the Armory and other spaces for a variety of reasons. This was the choice that we made, but as you all know, the Armory is an amazing space, and we look forward to having other events there in the future.
Seeing no discussion, does this require a roll call? Okay. This will be placed on the table for approval.
The next item will be item 7.7, a request of the mayor requesting an appropriation of $13,620 from free cash to the Parks and Recreation Professional and Technical Services account to pay prior year invoices for the Learn to Skate youth program.
Are you on this item as well?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe we have staff here for this item. Yes, Director Yerkes. Yes. Please introduce yourself for our records.
Yes, sir. My name is Sue Yerkes, Director of Parks and Recreation. Thank you for having me here tonight. Through the President to the Council, we are requesting an appropriation for $13,620 for the unreserved fund balance free cash to Parks and Recreation Professional and Technical Services account to pay for the existing invoices for the Learn to Skate program. This program was developed several years prior. There are several invoices that just need to be paid. There are 2 invoices from last fiscal year, and then the remainder are current fiscal year. I've reached out to Brenton Stewart, the current president, and we're going to be discussing tomorrow future endeavors. If you have any questions.
Questions? I saw Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. This is something I've been working on with the Somerville Youth Hockey Association, the administration, city staff. Just the non-payment of these invoices is creating major difficulties for youth hockey who are expecting these to be paid, just in accordance with their understanding with the city from previous years. They're currently dealing with a justifiably impatient vendor who's still waiting to be paid for ice time from FY22. And that's why it's important to get this taken care of here tonight. So I appreciate the administration bringing this request forward. I appreciate Director Yurkis being here and asking for immediate consideration tonight. I'll just say it's reassuring to hear that update about the move to formalize these sorts of agreements that used to be, well, basically handshake agreements. We need to make sure this is being done in a way that doesn't result in a breakdown in the payment like this that can leave small community nonprofits like SYHA in the lurch. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I appreciate this. I definitely, my ears perked up, I suppose, when I saw this particular item, because as I'm sure Mr. President remembers, the disposition of the rinks and the rink enterprise funds and the amount that we spend on the rinks on an annual basis and the privatization of them was a point of some great investigation, and also goes back to a few years ago the issue of subsidizing field time out at Dilboy. So let me get this. I'm trying to understand. So this is money that was promised on a handshake agreement to cover the rink time for Somerville Youth Hockey, which otherwise would have been available to them prior to the city disposing of the management of the rinks.
Can you repeat the last part of your question? I'm sorry.
When the city privatized the operation of the rinks. So this is because we privatized the operation of rinks, they had to pay for rink time, and so there was a handshake agreement that we would cover that rink time?
My understanding is that there was an agreement, a handshake or a verbal agreement that paid for ice time.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. So it wasn't documented anywhere. Are there other organizations that we have those kind of handshakes agreements with?
Off the top of my head, I can't say.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad we've got documentation on this. Hopefully, when the agreement actually happens, can I request that you provide a copy of it to the City Council, just because I know it will be helpful for me as I engage in my perhaps futile annual investigation of what's going on with the veterans and founders rinks and how much it actually costs the city in terms of subsidizing and operating those facilities. This is perhaps small on the percentage basis, but an important piece of it. As for me, I am happy the city is, in this occasion, living up to their handshake agreement. I believe we've all gotten multiple pieces of communication from other organizations in the city who have been in similar circumstances that have not. It felt like the city was honoring their agreements. So I'm very glad we're doing the right thing, and I appreciate your efforts to see that happen.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is this a roll call?
Nope.
All right. This item is laid on the table for approval. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that brings us to item 7.9, a request of the mayor requesting approval to accept and expend a $500,000 grant that requires a match from the Mass Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs to the Public Space and Urban Forestry Division for a pocket park on the 217 Somerville Avenue site.
Pocket Park, welcome.
Good evening, councilors. My name is John Browning-Cant. I am of the Public Space and Urban Forestry Department. I'm the public space planner. I am also the project manager for the 217 Somerville Ave Pocket Park. I come to you for two requests. The first is 7.9, the acceptance of the grant. Just to give you all a little bit of background about 217 Somerville Ave, it is a small pocket park that we acquired a few years ago in 2019 with the hopes of creating a park in a area that was lacking open space. We've gone through the design process and have facilitated 3 community meetings, 1 listening session online, and 3 different on-site listening sessions to engage the community and hear from them about what they want. We then applied for a park grant for $500,000, which we were awarded, and now we are looking to accept this park grant for the $500,000 at a 66% reimbursement rate.
Excellent. So am I to understand also item 7.5 is the other part of the request?
Through the chair, correct.
Excellent. So that's a bond request.
Thank you.
Just a moment.
Item 7.5 is a request of the mayor requesting authorization to borrow $1,500,000 in a bond and to appropriate the same amount for a pocket park on the 217 Somerville Avenue site.
Excellent. I know for those of us who were on the council at the time, this project has a special place in our heart because it was when we learned that the city council could do this kind of thing, could lead the charge on eminent domain for open space. Anyone wishing questions? Councilor Scott.
No questions, sir. I'll just simply quote one of my constituents, Ms. Maniaci, and say, it's about damn time. So thank you.
All right. Well, we're down a clerk, but we'll take a vote in a moment. We need a roll call on the grant. Okay. The roll call is on the bond.
Thank you all. So this will be item 23-1849, bonding $1,500,000 and appropriating the same for a pocket park on the 217 Somerville Ave site. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo. Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Muacad.
Yes.
Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With all councilors in favor, that item is approved.
Excellent. And item 7.9 is laid on the table for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's take up the Comcast items. Just knock those out.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so we will start with item 3.2 off the table. Comcast applying for a grant of location to install 3 new manholes and a total of 701 feet of conduit in Columbia Street to a point of pickup at 495 Columbia Street and 510 Columbia Street.
All right, we'll reopen this public hearing.
And I have Dave Fluelling.
Dave Fluelling.
Dave Llewellyn, Comcast, 9 Forbes Road, Woburn, Massachusetts. Would like to speak in favor of the Comcast petition to place 700 feet of conduit, 3 4x6 manholes for the purpose of providing service to number 495 Columbia Street.
Anyone else here to speak on it?
No other hands.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. I was just thinking this area needs a little bit more construction, so this is perfect. Any more discussion? That item is approved as amended.
Thank you for catching that.
Laid on the table for approval as amended.
And then we have item 3.3, a grant of location from Comcast to install 7 feet of conduit in Cross Street from proposed Comcast manhole to existing Verizon manhole located near 17 Cross Street.
Public hearing is open. Dave Fluelling.
Good evening, Dave Llewellyn, Comcast, 9 Forbes Road, Woburn, Massachusetts. Would like to speak in favor of the Comcast petition to place 7 feet of conduit and a manhole to tie into the Verizon conduit located at 17 Cross Street.
We'll close the public hearing. Questions, comments? Seeing none, that item is approved.
Not that one. We got that.
The last one's amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that will then return us to the regular order of business and item 4.1, a communication by Councilor Ewan-Campen in his capacity as president, appointing Councilor Jake Wilson to the Police Chief Selection Committee.
You know, let's refer this to confirmation of appointment. No, just kidding. That item is placed on file, and let's waive the reading of the next item, please.
Place that on file as well. Item 4.3 is a communication by Councilor Strezzo conveying a report of the Children's Cabinet meeting.
We will, there she is.
Good evening, colleagues. I thought I would catch everyone up on what's been happening with the Children's Cabinet the past 2 months, because there's been a lot of conversations and planning for services for all children and families in the city and guardians. So there have been some updates on childcare and how the city is responding and how partners are responding, including like Cambridge Health Alliance and the SEF partnership with Daylab and the robotics team. The Somerville Robotics League has now enrolled over 100 students at 6 schools. Field trips are being provided to Summer Nova. Programs have been able to scale up because of the initial investment of the Summer Promise Department. And so, the program is becoming more active, and there have also been conversations, because this is important, and I know on several of your agendas, colleagues talking about the digital bridge and the divide of internet accessibility, that is very much a conversation happening in the Children's Cabinet, and that the project timeline is also being considered with members of the Children's Cabinet. This was the November conversation, and I'll be submitting these notes to attach this agenda item. I also wanted to talk about the fact that in December's meeting, we were talking about the planning for summer and what are some successes, deficits, what we can be doing to expand and make sure that we are planning right now for what summer will look like. Summer will look like for children of all ages, which is coming up sooner than later. I will submit this, like I said, in the agenda, and if you have any follow-up questions on this, happy to talk further about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. That item is approved.
Placed on file.
Placed on file.
The next item will be item 6A, a report of the Committee on Confirmation of Appointments and Personnel Matters, meeting as a committee of the whole on November 30th, 2023.
Counselor Pineda-Newfeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. We met as a committee of the whole on November 30th for 3 hours and 36 minutes. It was a report. Most members of the council were present. However, we had a few folks missing, but all members of the committee were present. We took up 2 items that were related to one another about the police department staffing and operations analysis study, and we had the consultants from Raftelis Financial Consultants here, Jonathan Ingram, Cassandra Deck-Brown, join us to present out the study and analysis. They then took questions from the entire council, which I won't go into a lot of detail. The minutes are very comprehensive on the specifics of the questions that were asked. And so both of those items were marked work complete at the end of the evening. And with that, I ask that this report be accepted as submitted.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing no discussion, that committee report is accepted.
Item 6B is a report of the Committee on Confirmation of Appointments and Personnel Matters, meeting on December 6th, 2023.
Counselor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We met on December 6th for 2 hours and 11 minutes. All members of the committee were present. We took up a rocking 10 appointments this evening, and got to talk to lots of folks about their service to Somerville and their excitement to join different commissions and boards. So I'll share a little bit about folks' background. The first couple confirmations were for the Board of Assessors. The first was Richard Scanlon to the board, requesting confirmation of the appointment of Richard Scanlon to the Board of Assessors. This is a reappointment. Candidate Scanlon is a retired assessor from Bill Ricca, who's been on the Somerville Board of Assessors since 2018, retired from that position in Bill Ricca in 2021, answered a series of questions, again, from my colleagues who asked fantastic questions of all of our candidates that evening. The second confirmation was also a reappointment to the Board of Assessors of Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn was first appointed to the Board of Assessors in December of 2006. They're also currently on the Chelsea Board of Assessors, and they're a consultant for the city of Quincy, and teaches assessing courses at UMass. Both of those confirmations were unanimously recommended to be approved. We then moved on to the Commission on Energy Use and Climate Change, had one confirmation, requesting confirmation of an appointment of Alexis Washburn. This candidate is the Northeast Regional Director for the Emerald Cities Collaborative. which works to promote economic inclusion, has a master's in urban and environmental policy from Tufts, and has done some work at the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources focused specifically on climate change and how federal policy on climate change impacts communities at the local level, which is like such a great background and expertise that Alexis will be bringing to the commission. So that confirmation was recommended to be approved unanimously by the full committee. We then moved on to a slew of confirmations for the Commission for Persons with Disabilities, which we were really excited to meet these candidates this evening. The commission, for those who didn't know, increased its membership size in June of this year. So these candidates would be filling the vacancies that was created by that expansion, and now the commission will have a total of 13 members. So the first confirmation was of the appointment of M. Michael Shaps to the Commission for Persons with Disabilities. Mr. Shaps is a Somerville resident who's been a school psychologist for 30 years, currently has a disability and a son with a disability, and they're now looking to leave their role as a school psychologist. This candidate also noted that they worked with homeless folks and unhoused folks for many years, including many who were elderly and had disabilities. And then my colleagues and I asked, again, a slew of really helpful questions, sort of understanding their what their understanding and their hope is for the role of the commission, and all of the candidates answered all of the questions comprehensively, and so that confirmation was recommended to be approved unanimously by the whole committee. We then moved on to the confirmation of the appointment of Nick Altschuler to the Commission for Persons with Disabilities. Nick's lived in Somerville for 4 years, has a son who has dealt with a health issue that has helped them better understand disabilities and the resources that are available in the city, which inspired them to use their experience to improve communication for the commission. Nick went on to answer lots of questions from the committee, and that confirmation was unanimously recommended to be approved. We then spoke with Sheila Tracy, who was the next appointment to the Commission for Persons with Disabilities. Sheila is a lifelong Somerville resident who's a family member with a disability that requires the use of a wheelchair. And is the founder of Somerville Games. Their family member is also nonverbal, so this candidate has devoted a substantial portion of their life to helping people with disabilities, and they're also the city treasurer, fun fact, for Somerville for 10 years, so they have a good sense of how municipal government works and is really excited about joining this commission. And that was also unanimously recommended to be approved by our committee. The next candidate was, my sheets are not, here we go. I'm on 8. Here we go. Was the appointment of Murshid Bouembo to the Commission for Persons with Disabilities. This candidate is a lifelong advocate for persons with disabilities, has international experience in disability advocacy, which we thought was really helpful and kind of critical for the commission. Is an ambassador on the Somerville Arts Council and also works at Home Depot. They are from Uganda and has had a disability since the age of 3 when they were diagnosed with polio. And they were also, when they lived in Uganda, they were a policymaker, and so excited to get involved locally in Somerville in our municipal government. That appointment was also recommended to be approved by the full committee. We did have one candidate, Lori Brandt, who was hopped off our call, so we left that in committee, and we'll take up that confirmation in the new year. And then finally, we spoke with 2 more candidates, Ingrid Schneider for the Commission for Persons with Disabilities. Ingrid's Somerville resident of 13 years, living with MS, mother of 2 boys, one of whom is on the autism spectrum, and really looking forward to being on the commission. And the last appointment, and so that appointment was recommended to be approved unanimously by the committee. And the last appointment was Helen Corrigan, which may be a familiar name to many of you, to the Commission for Persons with Disabilities. Helen's a former at-large member of our Board of Aldermen who served for 10 years. During that time, served as the liaison between this commission and the Board of Aldermen. and that they were on the Board of Aldermen, Helen was, when the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed, and that really opened her eyes to the many things that could be done to help people with disabilities in Somerville. So really thrilled to have Helen join this commission, and that appointment was recommended to be approved by the full committee. The last item we took up was an item asking for an update on efforts to hire an executive director for the Human Rights Commission. Legislative Liaison Carrillo stated that the focus right now is on recruitment. There are 12 positions on this commission, only one is filled, so that that's the focus is on recruitment. And we did share a bunch of the counselors on the committee the desire to not delay any hiring for this position, even despite the lack of recruitment happening right now. And so that item will likely be resubmitted in the new year, so we can continue the conversation. But it was marked work complete that evening. And with that, I ask that this committee report be accepted as submitted, Mr. President.
All-star cast.
All-star cast.
I recognize a lot of those names. Very wonderful. That item is accepted.
Item 6C is a report of the Committee on Equity, Gender, Seniors, Families, and Vulnerable Populations, meeting on December 11th, 2023.
Councilor Gomez-Molcad.
So this was a very long meeting. It took 3 hours. We had 23 orders, and we had 6 members of our staff present, in addition to testimonies from 2 members of the Somerville Commission for Persons of Disabilities, including the chair, and Jennifer McKenna, who just spoke about pregnancy crisis centers, sorry. We started off, we talked, there has been some orders about the enrollment process for parks and recreation, staffing programs. We were trying to look at how to be more inclusive in our rec department. We requested that there be like early registration for low-income, non-English speaking. They have their offices open, and we continue to request, there was I put in a request that we standardize scholarships, because that can be a deterrent. I do hope someone here keeps on tracking on our rec department and its accessibility. So Marviva presented, gave an update on translation services. Since this summer, we've had 952 requests for translation. Not all have been filled, some because of, due to fiscal responsibility. We have, there's a new ticketing system, there's ways they're trying to standardize text so that we don't have to repeat a translation. Let's say we already translated the rec department and standardizing language so it's understand across the board. Just to give you an idea, I think there's like 19 words for kite in the Spanish language, so you have to be careful about that. We also finally got a list of the ADA complaints from F 2021 to 2022. You can see attached. Chair Holly Simon noted that it appears that we have some of the 311 requests are not coming through. I recommended to my fellow counselors that we discuss having like a tab in 311 where you could maybe tag a 311 requests as an ADA. I understand when I've put this request before, we have not had, they have said, you want to do it under the categories and not just ADA, but I think it seems like it's an issue where some things are falling through the crack. Technically, they should be documenting any calls, anything that gets submitted for ADA. So that was one area we talked about. We had a long discussion about the transcription of Braille materials. We have now expedited from 3 to 4 weeks. I think it went down to 2 days, but it's just, it says weeks, and I just noticed that. Harriet Randbig testified, and we talked about embossing in other languages. She also explained that because the transcription into Braille sometimes is longer than an actual slide. It's important to delineate the separation, and also that you have to write a description of what's there. The equipment, so we now have acquired the equipment. The issue is the equipment is very loud, so it has to be kind of in a soundproof room. They're trying to find a location. There was also a discussion on training, and Ms. Randwood suggested reaching out to the Massachusetts Office of Disability for referrals on trainers for the equipment. So the equipment is here. For those who are listening, this item is closed, but you might want to follow up next year of what if it's found a home. Councilor Stresso brought we had a question about court ruling of George versus Jackson. That has been pushed for next year because we had no one to testify on this. We now, sorry, we talked about the teen center, but unfortunately we can't talk about that at the moment. So we did also discuss the idea of CORI story checks for crisis pregnancy centers. Jennifer McKenna, who's an expert on this matter, noted that there is kind of an abuse that impacts usually our youth. And expressed that even if we don't have a crisis pregnancy center, having this in place, because they kind of pop up, they're mostly volunteers, they have no background, they're doing ultrasounds, it can be very misleading, particularly if it's a young, vulnerable teen. Having had an experience with abortion at 15, I appreciate that. And I haven't said that publicly ever in my life. The next, we talked about, I had put in an order about CMR 521 3.3 and 3.5, how we were tracking. That has to do with the threshold for ADA compliance. That means when a property's, when you are spending 30% of the assessed value on a property over, oh, this is wrong too, over a 36-month period. Sorry, I'm finding errors here. Yeah, it means the whole building has to be brought up to compliance. ISD says they're tracking this. I was curious because we've done some extensive renovations on parks, apparently in school grounds. Apparently parks are excluded because if not, the parks would have triggered, the parks at the Winter Hill and Brown would have triggered that. So that was part of my intent to put that in. This is now closed. I'm trying to go as quickly as possible. There was just a simple order that public schools, we're trying to meet the demand for after-school and vacation programming and after-school enrichment clubs. This is a request that came through to me through Padres Latinos. We have staffing issues. We couldn't really talk this through. We didn't have the proper representation. I do hope someone continues this discussion because I don't know, for those who have school children, we're going to have more half days coming up, making it more challenging for parents. I do appreciate it. It gives our teachers more time to collaborate, but our working parents also need some support. We had Strategic Plan Equity Manager Luis Quispe present on the citywide disparity study. Due to recent court rulings, we had to go back and make sure we're following strictly the rulings. I'm told there will be an information session in January as well as a hearing in April. And so please I know many of you have been asking about this disparity study, so it's coming. Please don't forget to ask about it. We talked about, again, I talked about this, Parks and Recreation, giving a pre-registration priority for low-income families, as that folks follow this. We talked about the wait list for legal services, and follow-up from government immigrant agencies. Just to note, we allotted just this year $200,000 for legal services. We've expended $170,000. And that is because there's a high demand for asylum cases. These are expensive cases, and there's an incredible backlog of cases. I asked if more money was needed. Director Nagel said it's not the sole issue. Capacity is a factor, but again, I asked my fellow colleagues to keep track on this. This is a real high point of abuse, and we're getting a lot of recent incoming immigrants, and whatever legal advice they can get to avoid any abuse, I think would be helpful. We talked briefly about, we had an order about looking at being more flexible when we have our council committee meetings to account for those who have who are new parents, have childcare challenges, but we are part-timers, and it does have to be at night. And thank you, Clerk Wells was there from her Amtrak train as well. She was one of the many people. This was like a full house. There was an order I'm asking that we support all programs that ensure all youths reach their full potential and eliminate all academic gaps between our white students and students of color. This is just, again, a reminder that we have after-school programs are extremely important for our families, low-income immigrant families. We talked about Councilor Stressa's order requesting a little area for like a little shelf with crayons, et cetera, for families coming in. And she will follow up with policy analyst Brandon Salisbury on this item. Maybe we could put a shelf right next to him for maybe he can color while we are all talking. We asked for outreach. We wanted to ask the outreach for the online climate survey. We didn't have someone to speak there. We also talked about Chief of Police report on training, education, and policies established for officers to address violence at LGBTQ+ and gender nonconforming individuals. Deputy Chief Ward was there to talk about their training, which is through they have their implicit bias, culture, competency, and hate crimes is added to that. I did ask that, I think this is a more sensitive issue, and it's through Massachusetts Police that we talked to HHS through our LGBTQ liaison there, and Councilor Kelly, I wish I had you there to inquire more, but I didn't. Again, this is something I would continue to, and this is, again, when look at alternative policing, maybe it's into that category, but I think it's an important issue due to the violence we've seen against, increased violence as LGBTQ+ community. We did not have a report on the 2013 pedestrian accessibility study. That has been kept on committee. I urge everyone to please, please, please continue urging this. It's one of accessibility. I'm boring, Mr. President. This is what happens when you put me in 3 committees chairing them. It's all your fault, Mr. President. Just a quick note. Accessibility is the most overlooked building code issue, an issue out there. I still think that we have so much to educate ourselves, so please keep on, read the accessibility codes, learn them, because we have a ton to do, and the barrier is not the disability. We create the barrier. Sorry, that's not in the notes, but it's my, I'm getting on my little, we now have the file bind system, and with all that, I do see some errors here. So what do I do? Okay. And I will mark them to be approved, but with some edits. Okay.
Thank you. That committee report is accepted.
Whew. I have two
And the
more.
next item is item 6D, a report of the Committee on Finance, meeting on December 12th, 2023.
Councilor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. President. The Finance Committee met on Tuesday night, tackling a 15-item agenda in 65 minutes with all 5 members present. Sorry. Our recommendations to approve the items on Tuesday night are reflected in Clerk Wadzowski's excellent minutes, which I'm sure everyone's going to read if they haven't yet done that. A number of the requests were extremely straightforward, with staff memos explaining 5 of the items. We did discharge without recommendation the item that we already took up tonight for participatory budgeting. Just very quickly, a few things I want to flag for folks. The $170,000 from the Union Square Community Benefits Stabilization Fund, $100,000 of that is going to the Somerville Community Corporation for Workforce Development Services, and $70,000 is going to Union Square Main Streets for Small Business Technical Assistance Services. That was the breakdown there, and those are the recipients of that. The committee had questions about a stated requirement that the state grant through Fenway Health for post-overdose follow-up go through the police department, whether the jail diversion coordinator is working directly with police officers on the scene, the list of SPD personnel who have taken the CIT training, the jail diversion part of that, and the recipients of the $15,000 honorarium. Earlier today, Director Singh sent the committee a memo from Corps Director Contenti with responses to those questions. So thank you to the administration for that. During the discussion of the grant acceptance by the Crisis Intervention Team Training and Technical Assistance Center, or CITT TAC, jail diversion program that pays the entire salary of some positions not listed in the budget book, there was a request by Councilor Scott that the budget director ensure all positions are listed in subsequent proposed budgets, zeroed out if they are fully funded by another funding source. I made the point that even if a grant is covering the salary for a city employee, that salary is just part of the cost of the city, as there's the cost of benefits. So it's helpful to know how many positions are actually in each department and division, regardless of whether it's the general fund or grant monies that are funding that salary. And finally, we discussed Councilor Scott's proposed ordinance, given a cost of living increase to city councilors and school committee members. I'm hopeful of an update on the long-awaited compensation study that does include elected officials and their compensation. With that, I ask that you accept the committee report as submitted. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Kelly.
Thanks much, Mr. President. Just one comment on the memo that was sent to us tonight regarding 2 things. One, the post-overdose follow-up. The administration did lay out why part of the data sharing agreement requires the police department to be part of the subcontract. That said, it didn't address my question that I asked in committee, which is, does the state actually require the police department to be the subcontractor who holds the post-overdose follow-up care? Could that be under the overdose prevention coordinator who lives within HHS? And that question did not get answered. I will, of course, approve this item tonight, but I do think this is something that the council should take up in the new term, is just understanding if this actually is a requirement for this money to go to the police department, or if this $20,000 could go to HHS, and if it could go to the overdose prevention coordinator to actually do the follow-up work that the grant outlines. So that's just one comment. And the second comment has to do with the training. So there was a list provided, which I'm very grateful for, of folks who have gone through the CIT training. It's very interesting. I just want to flag it for folks' attention. There are some folks who did the CIT training over 10 years ago. My guess is the training has changed since then. So there is a general question for the council to look into in the coming year, just how much training is the police department doing? To Councilor Gomez-Macad's point, is the training effective? What trainings are actually the best use of police officers' time. So that is just my one amendment. Those were things that I put in requests for. Some of them got answered, some of them didn't, but that is a job for you all next year to figure out.
That committee report is accepted.
I'm going to roll call that one so that we have the stabilization fund item before the council for a roll call.
All right, 2 roll calls.
So on the Finance Committee meeting of December 12th, 2023, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott. Councilor Strezzo. Yes. Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Macad. Yes. Counselor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Pineda-Newfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen?
Yes.
With 10 counselors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is approved. And that puts item 23-1718 before the council, which is the appropriation of $170,000 from the Union Square Community Benefits Stabilization Fund. On that item, Counselor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Scott?
Yes.
Counselor Strezzo? Yes. Counselor Klingon?
Yes.
Counselor Wilson?
Yes.
Counselor Burnley?
Aye.
Counselor Gomez-Molcad?
Yes.
Counselor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Pineda-Newfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen?
Yes.
With all counselors in favor, that item is approved.
Excellent.
And the next item is item 6E, a report of the Committee on Land Use, meeting in joint session with the Planning Board on December 7th, 2023.
Councilor McLaughlin.
All right, let's get this meeting started. The Land Use Committee met at the date stated. We took up a few items. Meeting went pretty quick. First item we took up, we had 2 public hearings. One was amending section 7.272.7 of the zoning ordinance to add shared workspace and arts education to table 7.2 permitted uses. This is mostly a project in Ward 7, which would basically allow pottery, similar to mud flats, to come to the bill to the which school is that, Councilor Pineda-Newfeld?
The old Powder House School.
The old Powder House School, which is a very nice building, and they can't do that without this amendment change. Councilor Wilson explained that the applicant for the permit is in the Calla building, formerly the Powder House School. It was rejected during the plan review phase on the ground that the shared workspace and education of the applicant envisioned was not allowed on the property, so this would change that. And there was no testimony for or against. It was left in committee. There were some questions about how this would affect other uses possibly in the future, but generally people seemed supportive, so this item was left in committee. We had another public hearing for Charles Zamuda requesting the adoption of amendment to the zoning ordinance for 565 Broadway. No one attended to explain what this project was. There was no testimony, and the city didn't seem to know what was going on. So this, more coming later on that. No, this item was left in committee, no vote taking. And then finally, we had the amendment to the zoning of 10-3, development standards and table to include vegetated roofs, which is Councilor Ewan-Campen's project, and Councilor Wilson. Councilor Ewan-Campen reviewed the changes that were previously made to the amendment, and based on feedback from previous committee discussions, he noted that the green score multiplier now increases for each depth. Councilor Gomez-Molcad expressed concern that the ordinance as written would lead to rooftop green space and replace ground level green space in new construction. She suggested that adding a clause to require vegetated roofs in addition to ground level green space to protect public access in the future. Director Tom Galligani spoke and said similar issues, and he also raised concerns about potential lawsuits due to the building code. Councilor Ewan-Campen said that the amendment applies to all mid-rise and high-rise districts for the projects and will not create much publicly accessible green space in the first place. Councilor Wilson said that there have been challenges creating public green space in the city, and the definition of green space may need to be reworked. So this item was voted on, 5 in favor and none against, and that was the biggest item we took up, and I submit this report to be accepted.
On the committee report, that is accepted.
We'll roll call that so we can have the other item before us for ordainment.
This is a roll call on the committee report.
On the Land Use Committee report, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Scott.
Yes.
Counselor Strezzo. Counselor Klingon.
Yes.
Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Counselor Burnley.
Aye.
Counselor Gomez-Molcad.
Yes.
Counselor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With all counselors in favor, that committee report is approved. And item 23-0791 is before the council for enrollment and ordainment.
On the item, I'd like to speak before we do a vote. We're talking about the green roofs ordinance? Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to briefly thank, so this was an ordinance that really, there was an incredible amount of community work on this, so I just want to give a special thanks to Green and Open Somerville, Mothers Out Front, and Zero Carbon Massachusetts. These are all community organizations that we all know have been working on green space issues, ecosystem issues, climate issues for a long time, and this was a major priority of theirs. And so I want to thank Councilor Wilson and all of these folks who just put in a really enormous amount of time over the last year. And, you know, for those of you who don't serve on the committee, it's a very simple amendment. It just says for buildings in mid-rise, high-rise, and the Assembly Square area, new construction or significant renovations, which are, you know, really significant renovations, you have to have a green roof. This exempts solar panels, electrical equipment on the top of the roof. It exempts, you know, outdoor recreation spaces, pads, necessary stuff for the building, but everything else, 80% of the roof needs to be a green roof. And the way that we try to encourage not just kind of crummy, shallow 4-inch sedum trays is that we increase the green score the deeper you go, and also for folks who are willing to do what is called biosolar. I learned a lot through this process where you have a green roof under solar panels. That really juices the green score. So this is basically a way to get more plants in Somerville. We're a very dense city. As you all know, when there are new developments proposed in mid-rise and high-rise districts, there's not a lot of meaningful green space on the ground floor. But the roof is a place where we think that we can make a big difference. So, you know, I want to thank all of the staff also that worked with us, even when we didn't see eye to eye on every detail of this. I really appreciated all those conversations, and I'm Councilor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your efforts on this ordinance and for including me on the work. I want to acknowledge I don't love doing this over objections from city staff, but just given the development happening in the city, I feel a real urgency to get this on the books. I want to point out that there's a petition for a zoning amendment for a massive project on tonight's agenda that shows exactly why it's important to do this right now. You know, I understand staff's desire to spend more time with the new specialized stretch energy code. You know, I just think we can do this now with the understanding that we're always willing to revisit this if needed, if there's a demonstrated need to do so down the road. I'll say I view vegetated roofs as something that makes sense not just ecologically, but also financially for people building these buildings. So I just really think we're helping people make good choices here, doing things that are in their own best interests. And ultimately, that's why I feel really good about this.
Thank you. Let's vote.
On enrollment of an amendment to the zoning ordinances, section 10.3 and table 10.4.1 to include vegetated roofs. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo. Yes. Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Moacad.
Yes.
Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With all councilors in favor, that item is enrolled. And on ordainment, Councilor McLaughlin. Yes. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo. Yes. Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Moacad.
Yes.
Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With all councilors in favor, that item is ordained.
Excellent. Next item.
The next item will be item 6G, a report of the Committee on Legislative Matters, meeting on December 5th, 2023.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee did meet on December 5th. This was primarily to clean up some items out of the box prior to the end of the calendar year that we had discussed previously. We did have present, so all members were present. We did also have present, among others, city solicitor, and very grateful for her participation and guidance to the committee. I won't go into detail. The minutes do provide some discussion, but the long and short of it is, you know, as y'all know, I'll never hesitate to you know, go tilting at a windmill when I think it's worth it. And in these cases, sort of I felt, and ultimately the committee agreed that these maybe weren't the time to charge. So for a variety of reasons, we were preempted by existing federal law. We, you know, just these were things that we ultimately just weren't going to be able to do because they were really outside of our power. And so we talked about future steps and other options, and those are things that we can bring as separate items in some cases, but otherwise these were just all items that were marked complete, so I request that the report be accepted as submitted.
That committee report is accepted.
Item 6H is a report of the Committee on Licenses and Permits, meeting on December 13th, 2023.
Councilor Burnley.
All right, let's get this meeting started through the chair. The committee met on the date that is before us. We had one item and we spoke about it for about 14 minutes, I believe. The item was a garage license for Greentown Labs, which is using that garage to house vehicles that their clients are working on to improve safety, work on EV chargers, all the things that have made Greentown Labs an internationally recognized now nonprofit. The reason they brought this item before the council is because they've switched over to being a 501(c)(3). And although I have no reason to get into the politics of the royals in England, I will just say I appreciate that their presence here has put Somerville further on the map. And with that, I would like to ask that the report be accepted as submitted.
Thank you, Councillor. This is neither here nor there, but before this was Greentown, it was Mako. And I got ripped off by Mako more brutally than any business has ever ripped me off. And so every time that we are approving something for a new business that's not Mako, I am very happy. Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin, you've been mentioned.
That is insignificant compared to what the royal family have ripped off around the world.
All right, that committee report is accepted.
And on that, the next item is item 6I, a report of the Committee on Public Health and Public Safety, meeting on December 11th, 2023.
Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Mr. President. We had a brief agenda. It was a kind of cleanup crew of items, just trying to get it ready for whoever's going to chair next. We took up an item related to body-worn cameras. There had been an item sent to committee, but there is also a discussion happening in legislative matters, so that will continue on there and is more appropriate given the hopeful ordinance and policy coming up soon. We had marked a previous item related to traffic details as work complete that needed to be marked work complete. I'm not sure why it was still in committee, but it was. And then the bulk of our discussion had to do with homelessness efforts in East Somerville in terms of supporting unhoused folks. We've been getting, I would say, monthly updates. This has been on the agenda every month that we've had a public health and public safety meeting because the issue is so critical at the moment. We did get a pretty positive update on weekly meetings that the administration is coming to, trying to close gaps. Discussions are having and updates on the warming center. The warming center is probably the thing that the public is most interested in, as well as counselors when it comes to talking to unhoused residents in your ward. The administration is still working to get the contract in place for the operator of the warming center. There are funds put aside. There is, to my knowledge, a location. We just need a vendor to actually run the 7-day-a-week overnight warming shelter. They are hoping to get that done. Obviously, they are hoping for a January 1 start for that, and legislative liaison saying, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong there, but the hope is to get the vendor in place before January 1st, excuse me, and if not, there are some fallback plans in place. That said, obviously the issue in East Somerville continues on. There was a sweep under 93 that many of us are aware of. A resident died from an overdose a few weeks ago. So obviously this is a community that is incredibly vulnerable and needs as many resources as we can put towards them. And with that, I ask that the committee report gets accepted.
Thank you, Councillor. That committee report is accepted.
And item 6J is a report of the Committee on Public Utilities and Public Works, meeting on December 4th, 2023.
Councillor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, we met. We had a number of items, a lot of housekeeping happening, 23 items total. A number of them will be carried over into the next session. Two of the things I want to highlight, one is the water rate charges, because that's something that's come up multiple times in the past year or two. This one was initiated by yourself, Mr. President. I'm sorry, no, by Councilor Gomez-Mocad. That the Director of Water and Sewer explained the increase in the water bills for households with new water meters and consider forgiveness period. Director Vidalis explained that the bill increases result from faulty water meters that stop communicating. Yeah, we already know that. Actual usage information was received. Chairman. Councilor Gomez-Moncada asked if the percentage of number of ratepayers who were overcharged as compared to undercharged was known, and Director Vidalis said it was not. The main thing I want to highlight is something that Councilor Kelly did a little more of that ordering for the table, and then is leaving, where she asked what. One of the things we were all concerned about is Director Vidalis stated that the city does not shut off water services for non-payment. Well, they're practicing that. They actually can, but and that wasn't the concerning thing. The concerning thing was that the interest accrues on unpaid water bills at the rate of 14% per year. The seniors are eligible for a 25% discount on the city service bills. Councilor Gomez-Moncada also replied that it is unfair to charge a ratepayer 14% interest on a bill they received by no fault of their own, and Councilor Kelly, we all agreed. Moving on to one other item I want to highlight is put in by Councilor Gomez-Moncada that the Director of Water and Sewer, Director of Infrastructure explained the maintenance that will be required for the new Poplar Pump Station and Spring Hill Sewer Separation Project. Director Vidalis explained that the maintenance for the Poplar Pump Street Station will vary based on need, that it will primarily consist of maintenance for the equipment and pumps, and that staffing this maintenance will require one full-time employee for the first year, and then approximately 1/4 of a full-time employee beyond that. And for the Spring Hill Sewer Separation, it'll be continuous maintenance facilitated by the preventive maintenance programs currently employed by the city, and no additional staffing will be required. So just that was an answer to a very important question that I think we're all concerned about. We put a lot of money into this pump station, and as we know, we're understaffed in the water and sewer department, and it's I think the answers we got, I know they left me somewhat concerned. And so hopefully that we will be, able to beef up staffing and have the staff needed to maintain these pieces of infrastructure that we're building. So with that, I ask that the committee report be accepted as submitted.
That committee report is accepted.
Item 6K is a report of the Special Committee on Rodent Issues, meeting on November 30th, 2023.
Councilor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a fabulous 47-minute long meeting. It was very brief, but the amazing thing that comes out of every single one of these meetings is that Environmental Health Coordinator Ziegler always makes a really good PowerPoint. Just go back, look at the meetings. We have them quarterly. Every time there's a PowerPoint, it's super informative, gives a lot of information. And one of the interesting things that came out of this meeting is that rodent activity is actually going down in the city, which I think is maybe a surprising thing if you've been touched by a rat recently, but not a surprising thing if you are paying attention to the data. It seems like many of the rodent mitigation tools that have been put into place, whether it's the smart boxes or the house visits or baiting, it is working. It's effective. They have, however, seen quite a number of the new placements in the phase 2 of the smart boxes are less effective than they would like them to be. That doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't rats in your neighborhood. It just means that there were less rats than they had anticipated being in your neighborhood. So moving into the next phase of the smart boxes, there will be some additional smart boxes. There won't be a ton of additional smart boxes, but they will also be moving to different locations so we can test things out. The really exciting thing, which was in one of my budget priority processes, is the carbon monoxide integration into the rat mitigation program. So carbon monoxide is a strategy of dealing with the rats. You go into the burrows and you hit them where they live. And so the city is implementing a carbon monoxide program. However, there are much more stringent restrictions on them. You have to be able to use it like 20 feet away from a property if people are dwelling in the property. There are different rules if it's commercial. So it's not as liberal as putting a bait box down. But it is going to be at our disposal, and it is a highly effective program. So residents, if you have questions, please go and check out the PowerPoint. It's attached to the agenda. Really great data, really good update from the entire team, in addition to the new environmental health coordinator. So Colin is now the environmental health manager. They now also have an environmental health coordinator. But yeah, just really good stuff. That's it. Watch out for the rats. They're still here, but there are less of them. So with that, I ask that this report gets accepted as submitted.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this PowerPoint now.
It's sick.
Wonderful. Yes.
It's awesome.
Thank you, Counselor. That committee report is accepted.
Item 6L is a report of the Special Committee on School Building Facilities and Maintenance, meeting on November 29th, 2023.
Counselor Gomez-Mowacad.
I want to make a note on the Equity Committee and a recommendation for future chair of that committee. We should get an ADA report quarterly on that. We should be keeping track, something I realized once I got this ADA report. So I urge, Mr. President, that the next chair, we should really use that committee for that. Sorry to sidetrack. So the School Building Facilities Maintenance Special Committee, my dear committee, met on November 29th, 2023. We had a full house with all representatives from the school committee there. Director Rach was president, Commissioner Lathan, and Matthew Bennett, Superintendent of Buildings, in addition to Chad, Assistant Superintendent Matza. The first item, I asked for an update on the school building systems feasibility study. The chiller for the Kennedy School will be up and running hopefully in summer 2025. I was a little frustrated by this, but I was told they were going to start enabling work this summer. So I do hope, because many residents in Ward 5 have been listening to a temporary chiller. Then we followed up. I had asked for a timeline. There is work going on the Healy and the West. No timeline was given. I found this very unacceptable. We have to get timelines. Just because you break them doesn't mean you shouldn't have them. So please, whoever chairs this committee, demand a timeline. This is, I'm not going to buy the, I was told these are complex projects. We're in New England. All buildings are old. They're all complex. Sorry, I was a little peeved. I do appreciate, and I do want to recognize that 3 years ago, we had nothing. We weren't working on a mechanical system. So the city has made a lot of progress. We just need to be reporting on that progress. There was, I put in an order asking for the steps to decarbonize mechanical systems and existing cold buildings as part of the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning study, and assess potential grants fundings to help accelerate. At the moment, we don't have any updates on this, but I continue. There is pressure from the community on this. Apparently, it's a feasible option. I quickly checked with one of my engineers. Again, that's not engineering, but this is kept in committee, and hopefully someone from this committee with this council will follow up on this. We got a list of school buildings that have solar panels, and the good news is the Healy and the West are intended to have solar panels as well. Just so you know, the Capuano solar panels were replaced and have not been back. There's a list there. I would keep track of this as well. I put this order especially for my son, who complained the only solar panels in the Kennedy are on the trash barrel. Thank you, Marco. So again, one thing, I've talked to my replacement. One of the things we can also start talking about is it's in a school, installing solar panels, engaging our CTE electrical shop in this would be a lovely idea. We asked for an update on the school building feasibility study. As you all know, we got approved for the first round of MSBA for the Winter Hill, which is great news. Thank you for all those who advocated for our school buildings. We will get a report on December 19th. I ask again that we start asking for very detailed reports on the timelines as we proceed with this. We got a nice hefty report on all the repairs that have happened. Commissioner Lathan, I asked you to go through this again, leaps and bounds from not knowing who's going to a school to having much more information. They did not have school elevators in there. I asked that they be included. It seems to be like the vein of our existence, our elevators. I know the elevator in the east keeps on failing. Any new school, I think, in my opinion, should have 2 elevators because one always fails. Just a hint out there. We asked for emergency plans for Winter Hill and Brown, but we don't have any, so we will talk about that next year. And then we talked about websites. Finally, the last item that we discussed about, it was about ballot question proposition 2.5. I had heard rumors that some folks were thought we would want it in 2024. The problem is, and I urge you to look at Director Bean's presentation to the Winter Hill School. You need a fairly complete design to get a proper pricing. You can't just get it on what I would call massing, where you don't know what the building's made out of, sizes of rooms. So it would be, I think it's not even knowing that we have a site. I don't think you're going to have a full building plan by then. So he said once the December 13th decision came through, we would have a clear idea. So again, to stay on track and not further delay this, we do have to stay on top of this. So. And then we talked a little bit about the Edgerly and a future, the eating kitchen that has been done, but note that there are improvements coming to the Argenciano School. Again, this will allow us to, we're going to have a little bit of a crunch this summer because our big production kitchen has been gone from the Winter Hill, and we won't have it for the rec programs. So this is something to keep a careful attention because we haven't even designed this, and they're saying that we would deliver it, I think, in the summer 2024, and I highly question that. And with that, I recommend this be approved. Thank you very much for letting me be in this chair of this committee. It has been a joy. It really has, believe it or not. I love it. So.
Thank you very much for serving in this role.
Okay.
That committee report is accepted.
And item 6M is a report of the Committee on Traffic and Parking, meeting on November 27th, 2023.
Councilor Gomez-Mocad.
How did I get to chair 3 committees? I knew you were going to put me in a 4th one. All right. Just the abuse. I enjoy this committee too, by the way. So very quickly, I'm not going to talk about every item in here because I don't know about you, but I'm getting tired of these meeting notes. So I urge you all to look through the notes. The most important piece that we talked about is about asking for proper documentation for determining locations for traffic calming measures. There was a very comprehensive report from Director Rawson on the process. One thing I learned is the public petitions for changes. I thought those were not paid attention to, but one thing I've learned is that kind of highlights to mobility problem areas that they don't know about. So it's part of the equation. I would continue to ask folks to do this. I also I asked for, we have an idea how decisions are made for schools. Healy and Kennedy should be next in traffic calming, so hopefully that's coming through. So I urge you to take a look. It was a very long-winded conversation here. We talked about a couple of speed humps here and there, repaving, please, for everybody who put a speed hump request, it's in the watch list. So you need to push and push and push. I'm still hoping for 2 speed humps on Cedar Street. I might be lying in the middle of Cedar Street in the next 6 months or months if I don't get one, but that's it. And with that, I recommend these get approved as noted.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, through you, I have a question. Is the speed hump watch list public?
So that's the idea that I asked actually that we keep a plan. I want a plan of all our requests, so we know where speed humps are requested. I want a plan with the order tied to it. So if you want to push that, you can be the chair of the traffic committee.
So not yet, but
not
that's
yet. So
okay.
whoever chairs, and traffic committee is great because you get 3 committees for the price of 1. So
sounds fun. Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Klingon.
Mr. President, real quick, that's something that's come up before. Maybe even Councilor Wilson might have better recollection on the speed hump. They're trying to implement a program similar to the road paving program where they kind of weigh out, the request and then the location and so on and so forth. So I don't think it just goes right in order of request, if I remember correctly. But they are implementing some sort of system so that it's transparent and fair.
There's a whole presentation, sorry.
For everyone following this, one of your mics is not on. Now it is. For everyone interested in this, I really highly recommend the presentation from the Mobility Department that laid out all of the different streams of information that the Mobility Department and engineering look at when they're thinking about where we're actually going to do the traffic calming. And it's extremely informative, and it's honestly extremely impressive. We did not do speed humps before 2017, basically 2018. That item is accepted.
Mr. President, I'd like to move to waive the readings of agenda items 710 to 717, 10-7, and 10-10 to 10-18. The clerk's got all those numbers. And ask that those be sent to finance, please.
Those items are referred to finance.
Excellent. So that will bring us to item 7.18.
Mr. President,
Councilor
can we
Pineda-Newfeld.
waive the readings of 7.18 to 7.22 and send them to confirmation of appointments, please? I'm so tired.
Yes, and we will also waive the readings of 723 and 24 and place those in file.
Thank you.
Those items are referred to confirmation of appointments. Thank you.
So item 9.1.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes. Can we waive the readings of 9.1 through 9.3 and send those to confirmation of appointments as well?
Yes, those items are referred to confirmations.
And that will bring us to item 9.4.
Councilor Burnley.
Hello, hello. Welcome everybody to our latest and last of the year flight on this license flight. I would like to waive the readings of items 9.4 through 9.19, as well as 10.18. No, 19. 10.19. And ask that they be approved with a note that we have some amazing events planned for you all in the next coming weeks, including Jingle Bell 5K on December 17th from 6 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., as well as Dancing in the Dark on December 21st from 3:30 p.m., which unfortunately, it's getting that dark, to 7:30 p.m., where there will be, quote, sound, smoke, and music, end quote. And with that, I would like to ask that these items be approved.
Those items are approved.
Item 9.20 is a public communication from 234 Pearl Street Realty Trust and Good Pitch LLC requesting the adoption of an amendment to the zoning ordinance map to change the zoning district of 234 and 236 Pearl Street from MR4 to MR6.
That item is referred to land use with a copy to planning board. Let me ask, for the next two items, these are land use items, does anyone mind if we waive the readings? Do you want to speak about them? Okay, yeah, on those two items. We're going to waive the extremely long readings, but we're going to discuss them. Great. So 921.
If I may, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. So these are, I'm sure everybody in the room is aware of these. These are proposals coming in from Somerville and in the form of petitions signed by over 10 resident taxpayers in the city. This has already been a really great process that we've been undertaking down in Ward 2 to engage in the community. I can't thank the Union Square Neighborhood Council enough for their level of engagement. I know Councilor Burnley has been to one of these meetings, Councilor Wilson as well. So there is a long way to go on this, and I'm very grateful for Councilor Ewenkamp's stewardship on the Land Use Committee over the legislative side of this process. So I'm sure we're all eagerly awaiting the committee assignments for our next calendar year, but this is something that I just want to assure everybody in the community we are listening, and I am doing everything I can to ensure that everybody's voice gets brought into this conversation and that everybody is sitting at the table when decisions get made on how to proceed. So thank you very much for this, Mr. President, and I look forward to seeing the plan on land use for the next year. Thank you.
Excellent. And yeah, for folks who are following this, you know, I have no doubt that this is going to be one of the most kind of central things that we're working on over the next several months. So stay tuned.
And those all to land use.
Yes, with a copy to the planning board, please.
So item 9.23 is a public communication from Mike Epstein and Beth Pisaric submitting comments regarding 166 Boston Ave.
We'll place this on file, and we'll waive the readings of 924 and 925 and place on file, please.
And that will then bring us to item 10.20, a public communication from 24 residents submitting comments regarding the proposed zoning ordinance Climate and Equity Innovation Sub-Area Overlay District.
We will place this on file with a copy to land use, and let's waive the readings of 21 and 22 and place them on file, please.
Excellent, and that will bring us back to the almost top of the agenda, and item 2.1, which is a citation by Councilor Ewenkamp commending outgoing Councilor Beatrice Gomez-Moacad for her outstanding service to the people of Somerville as Ward 5 City Councilor from 2022 to 2023.
Colleagues. I will start the round of speeches, showering our colleagues with praise. I want to thank Councilor Gomez-Moacad in particular for the just extraordinary professional expertise that she brought to the council. You know, on so many of the issues that we deal with, ultimately come down to buildings. This is school buildings, private developments, climate policies, and having someone with this level of experience, this many years of professional experience, has just been a true benefit to the people of Somerville. I've learned a ton. And of course, Councilor, you are someone who went out of your way to make sure that people in the Latino community, in our immigrant community, had a voice at City Hall, did such a huge amount of work to support groups like Padres Latinos and many, many others. I'm deeply thankful for that. And I also in particular want to thank you for all the work you've done around workers' rights. The wage theft committee, this is something that came out of an ordinance that we had written, but actually moving that forward, you just did an enormous amount of work that I'm deeply thankful for, and you've done an amazing job advocating on behalf of our city workers. And I think on so many occasions your experience again in the construction industry, just having that firsthand knowledge has really kind of helped this council's advocacy on those. So for this and much more, I am extremely thankful for everything you've done on this council. I'm very sorry to see you go, but luckily you're not going far. So strap in as we go around the horseshoe. Councilor McLaughlin and then Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. The hour is getting so late, but it's never too late to say nice things. That's what I always say. I think people have heard me say that at some point. I'll try to save time and thank Councilor Gomez-McCarty and Councilor Kelly at the same time, because we have two very different people, very different backgrounds, very different belief systems, but the thing that you both had in common to me is just being prepared and working your butts off in committees and doing the real work that matters around the council. And it's just, I'm disappointed to lose both of you because for the same reason, just because people coming prepared and always being willing to do the real work. Case in point, we'd probably be done 40 minutes ago were it not for these committee reports tonight. On the very last meeting of the year, they're still bringing it full force for committee reports, and I just remember, I've seen councilors fall asleep in the middle of meetings, like on their way out the door, they're like, I'm done. So up until the very last meeting, you're bringing your best. And I wish I could have convinced both of you to stick around and work 50% instead of 100%, because I think your 50% is better than a lot of people's 100%. So I'm disappointed to see you both go, but I know I'm going to see you all in the community still and still be working for the community and doing the things that you love in this community. So unfortunately, we're losing you around the horseshoe, but we're not losing either of you in the community.
I don't need my glasses for this. I don't know why I put my glasses on. Habit. I will keep my comments on the item before us and reserve my right to voice praise upon hypothetically anyone else who might receive anything this evening in a future item. Councilor Gomez, I won't. We could all talk for a long time about how much you bring, and so I won't repeat things, but I will certainly sign on to and be fully confident that I will agree with what all the rest of my colleagues will say. I'll focus on one thing in one of the areas that we worked most closely together, which was the school building committee, which was a new committee that several, so all of us in one way or another advocated for the creation of, and as its first chair, I mean, there's no question that there could not have been a better person to take this committee and establish what it can do. And I'd love to say that I was clever enough to sort of be playing the long game, or at least back to a couple hours. Like, it's pretty long given the length of this meeting. And we're not supposed to talk about what we say at executive session, but I noted that Councilor Gomez-McCarty has really cool shoes on tonight. And I told her that in executive session. I think I'm okay sharing that. She's got really cool shoes on tonight. I just said, hey, those are cool shoes. Just so happens that the metaphorical shoes that you leave are massive, and I think it's appropriate that I noted your shoes this evening, because it's hard to imagine anyone taking that committee forward as well as you led it over the last 2 years, and whoever has that role will be certainly challenged and almost certainly fall short of accomplishing what you did, but you gave us a model to reach for, and I thank you for that and everything else that you did, and wish you the best. And again, as Councilman McLaughlin said, very glad that you're still going to be around here, and I know we certainly have not heard the last from you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will also keep my topics to the item that is before us. Thank you, Councilor Davis. I will, however, refrain from any reference to footwear during my remarks. No, I'm very grateful. It's extremely difficult, and I think members of the public maybe don't realize how difficult it is to come into this role for the first time. There is an enormous amount of inside baseball that's happening inside the buildings, between departments, and just the combination of the new scope and field of things that we are expected to be experts on immediately is just incredibly daunting. I think that is one of the things that can be said most strongly about my colleague from Ward 5, is that she did put in the work to come up to speed and to spin up and sometimes wade through layers of problems to get to what the incisive underlying issue of it was. I've been incredibly grateful for having somebody here who sees eye to eye on these labor issues and is willing to dig in and do the work to get to what the crux of the matter is. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort. Congratulations on a successful term. And I'm sure, well, maybe with Casa B closed, not as often, but I'm sure I'll see you down in Union Square sometime. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you to Counselor, or Fair Counselor Bea. I knew that your Ward 5 constituents were always in good hands in your care. I knew that you gave everything, and I loved your perspective, your honesty, your expertise. You are daring. You are a powerful woman. You will stay that way. You are inspiring. You are a leader. Somerville was lucky to have you in this role. Somerville is lucky to have you in your role. I am sulking about losing you. It is unfortunate. I know that you will still be around, and we will still continue to work together. But Ward 5 is losing a lot with you in this role because you are fantastic. Do we really want two Kristens?
Groupies.
I don't mind, but...
It's all good.
I'm grateful for you. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I'll save my comments for if we go for drinks after this. Mostly, I just want to say thank you, and I have a lot of respect for you, and I think that, you're leaving this position, as we all said it, selfishly, it's going to leave a hole, but ultimately, some people say family first, but they don't always, it's kind of like just kind of something people say, but you actually mean it, and I know this was hard for you to walk away from, but you have to make tough choices, and you're a family-oriented person, and that's why we love you. So good luck with everything, and thank you.
What? I've known Councilor Gomez-Mocad since 2017. When I joined the Somerville Youth Soccer Board, she was was it the clerk or the secretary, whatever it was called, the clerk or secretary at the time? Yeah. And right away, you just sat up and took notice of her as a board member. She was someone who I immediately respected and whose opinion I valued on there. When it came time to form, we created an executive committee level position, DEI director, and created a DEI committee, and Councilor Gomez-Mocad was one of the first people I spoke to about, well, I think I asked her if you were interested in doing that, and she had a really good recommendation for me, who was honored earlier by the council a few months back for his work in the community too, Ivana Barca. Yeah, as a colleague this term, I've just really appreciated, how you've been a fierce advocate for equity and inclusion, addressing our infrastructure crisis here in the city, especially our school buildings. And I can't put into words how much I appreciate the work that you did on wage theft to make that committee functional to the point of being able to reach a quorum to get that staffed out, to get it filled with people who are willing to take on the work that committee did. We've had enough conversation. I know how much work you put into that. It's substantial for the public who don't realize that. It's a large amount of work that went into that. This is a committee that the previous city council, to my understanding, basically created. The administration, they're sort of looking, a lot of people look at each other sort of wondering how it was supposed to work, and I feel like Councilor Gomez-Moacad made sense of that committee, and it's really on course now to being able to do some really great things. Yeah, and just to the point about sprinting to the finish line here, on it was Monday or Tuesday night at the Somerville Stands Together thing, I saw Councilor Gomez-Moacad going over and talking to folks on the labor side about one of the seats on the wage theft committee, checking in about someone. Just goes to show the degree to which she's going full speed right to the end here, and I just appreciate that so much. I'm so grateful we had you on this council when our buildings crisis hit its peak, when the ceiling fell at the Winter Hill School. It's been really valuable here having you as a colleague, and just to be able to talk about the process of building a new school. And I'll just really appreciate the expertise that you brought to that. So we're going to miss your reminders about measuring up to our stated values on inclusivity, your expertise on construction and infrastructure, and all your work on wage theft. My best to you and your family, and it's been an honor serving with you.
She goes last. Councilor Kelly.
Through the president, Councilor Gomez-Moacad, the council is now losing the eldest and the youngest member of the council, with both of us departing. So consider all of that wisdom lost in both of us leaving. One thing that I've noticed many things in the last 2 years, but one of the things that I've noticed about you and the way you show up in this space is that you're willing to speak your mind, which might seem trivial or overly simplistic, but I've worked in politics a long time for the youngest person on the council, and more often than not, politicians are more likely to be quiet than they are to say something. It is a real sickness in the business that we are currently in, because it's easier when you don't speak truth to power, when you don't say how you feel, when you do not add your perspective to a conversation. And so I think, while we may have had disagreements on what was being said about the topic, you were always willing to at least put your perspective out there. And that is something that more people who are in politics could take as a piece of wisdom, and as a path to walk in. So the council is definitely losing a person who is outspoken in their beliefs and in their values, and that is unfortunate, but I hope that lesson gets carried forward and that folks are more willing to speak truth, regardless of what that truth is. So thank you for laying that perspective out for people and being willing to take those risks, because most people don't. So.
It's tough going last, well, second to last. Counselor, Hermanita, it is really, I'm in full denial. This is your last meeting. Lots of folks said lots of things I would share. I think when I think back to your term, this first term, the shoes that you're leaving behind, as Councilor Davis put it, you bring such unique strengths to this council that we're losing. Some have been mentioned already, the expertise on construction and buildings. I learned from you as a counselor. I always knew you'd be with me by my side as a champion for immigrant families and neighbors through your work with Padres Latinos, and your background and experience. And that was always unique. And I also think, as a a counselor coming in with such diverse lived experience. You bring all of that to the table, and that's going to be so sorely missed. I also see you as a friend and leaned on you a lot when I was pregnant and tired in this chamber, and when I brought my baby in, and I was called upon to give a committee report, and he was half naked in the chambers, and I knew I could hand him to you very quickly, and he was in good hands. But thank you for your friendship and your passion and expertise and hard work on this council. You are going to be so sorely missed.
Councilor Gomez-Mocad, do you have any wisdom for us on your way out?
No, I kept on writing things and erasing them and writing about housing and the environment, and I was one of those kids. I wanted to fix the world. So first I want to thank our...
Is your mic on?
Sorry. I want to thank our clerks for bearing with me as a new counselor and always kind of in a frazzle. So thanks to all the clerks for their support. For the administration, for Hannah Carrillo had to deal with my rage, you know, like, how dare you leave the armory in shambles. If you ever want to understand where my passion comes from, there's a carpenter who works on our site, and he said, you never mess with a Puerto Rican woman. If you make them angry, you're in trouble, like he was telling his fellow carpenter. And it's true. It's something we carry with us. I don't know where it comes from, but it is true. And I have to say, these 2 years in council have been an adventure that never in my wildest dreams I thought I would experience. I want to thank the Ward 5 and many outside of Ward 5 for their support and encouragement to run for office. I had never participated in politics. I was an unknown entity. I had no idea what this journey would be like. I never do things like this. It was a moment of passion. I knew I was fearless and relentless, but I would not lie. I sometimes thought I was an imposter. I'm like, what am I doing here? I never do politics. I'm like, my goal was never to win, it was to be truthful. Councilor Kelly, thank you for saying that, because I always believe in being true to yourself as other people run for office. I'm like, be true to yourself. And that is so, so important. I want to talk a little bit about wage theft because it's my passion, but first I want to recognize some of my colleagues who made me believe in myself when after being elected, I thought I was like, I did not belong here. Councilor Stressa, who would listen to all my frustrations, and my Councilor Pineda-Neufeld, who provided me support and humor in one of my darkest hours with my family's health crisis during the Goering first term in the Finance Committee. You have no idea how many times I was crying. I was in a bad place, and she just would bring humor to me in those long meetings. No offense, Councilor Wilson, but it was a dark hour for me, so I needed her humor. And I have no idea how I would have not survived the FY 2023 budget kilometric season without the support of Councilor Pineda-Neufeld. Councilor Klingman, I really appreciate how you remind me over and over that of my skills and my knowledge. You know what I lacked in political wit. You reminded me I had that. You also listened to my rants and frustrations about school buildings. Like last time, I probably violated something, but I had to get it off my chest when I wasn't given the schedule for the 300th time, and I wanted to explode. He was also a friend who on a Sunday afternoon came to support me when a resident kept on insisting on a permitting violation. I had no idea what to do. I never forget that. Also in a dark moment in my life, and you were my council therapist if you don't know that. To Councilor McLaughlin, you have no idea. Sometimes I'd be exhausted. I can't do this. I'm out of energy, and you would remind me how much I did. I really thank you, because I thought of giving up like 300 times. I'm like, I was not cut out for this. I would have given up without your support. And to others, I mean, we have disagreed on ideas, but I've learned so much for you. Councilor Scott, you have a passion for labor issues, which I had no idea I had to. I discovered that in this, and I'm so appreciative of that. I
I'm like, where did this come from? I'm like, I am a person who really believes like we need to appreciate everybody, all the work they do, and we underappreciate those people who put a lot of labor. I mean, they might not have a PhD or a postdoc, but they make things happen. Maybe because I work in a hospital and I see those people, and I've had to hug them when they couldn't know where their families were during Hurricane Maria, but they had to keep on working. They couldn't go in an office and cry like me. I don't know what it is, but I just, I guess my great-grandfather, who was a big socialist, would be proud of me. But so I think we share that in common, and I hope our municipal union finds a proper contract. I love those guys, and I have to say one of the most the most beautiful moment I had. I was walking my dog. One of the garbage collectors stops me and said, "Thank you, my wife, because my family works in the municipal union. Thank you for doing this." And for me, that's the truth about being a counselor. I wanted to touch the people who we sometimes forget and are invisible. That's my goal as a politician, to sort of who is out there not represented. So I'm very lucky for that journey. So fortunate. Thank you, Councilor McLaughlin, for letting me do wage theft, and Councilor Aaron Campen. That is, to me, again, I discovered all about wage theft when I was sent to talk to the Carpenters Union. I had a friend who was in the board and said, you should go talk to them. I never got an endorsement, but I got a passion for wage theft, because maybe when I was in college, I would study about the underground economies and how it was destroying families and all that. And there's so much to do. And one thing I learned is about misconceptions. So that ordinance was passed. Everybody thought it was the city council, that's your thing. I would hear back in stories. I would go to Councilor Scott and I said, no, the intent was this. I would go back to the mayor. I'm like, look, the intent wasn't like it's all council. It was we kept it separate so that we would protect the workers' rights. We still need your support. And that's one thing I learned. Sometimes we just need to talk, and we still have a lot to do. I haven't seen the we asked for the program manager for workforce development. We haven't seen that description. I hope somebody carries that baton. There's a lot we can do. Just on Wednesday, I was in a 2-hour presentation about the Boston Employment Commission. This is where they're seeing how the diversity and residence program. They're doing an OSHA 30 training. I would love that to come here. Worker safety in the construction industry, you don't understand how bad it is. 2 weeks ago, I was Christmas shopping in a luxurious place in La La Land, and I get a call, please, Bea, can you talk to this worker? He was picked up from Foss Park to work in Rhode Island. He was hurt. His boss took him to a emergency room or urgent care center, but said, don't, I'll pay for this, but don't ask for compensation. I'm there on the phone, like helicopters flying over, jingle bells, and I'm like, you have got to do your compensation. You're gonna get hurt, you're gonna get permanently injured, you're not gonna be able to work, you're gonna lose your home. I'm picturing all these things in the air. Finally, he was in an urgent center in Rhode Island, nobody to pick him up. I was like, I can't. I'm like, how can I leave? There are so many people out there being abused. We have a lot to do in the wage theft. I talked to Councilor Aaron Campen. I'm not going to go in details, but yes, I've done some, but I can tell you, I have not done enough. There's so much more to do there. So I ask you to think about this. We need to, and I've talked enough, I think. So with that, I just want to thank all of you. This has been a great opportunity, and I am so lucky. Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item 2.2 is a citation by Councilor Ewan Campen commending outgoing Councilor Charlotte Kelly for her outstanding service to the people of Somerville as City Councilor at Large from 2022 to 2023.
Round of applause. I was lucky enough to get to know Councilor Kelly several years before she ran for office in Somerville. Someone who I have just admired profoundly since I first met you. Someone who lives and breathes community organizing, union organizing, kindness to your friends and neighbors, and it has just been such an inspiration to get to serve alongside you in this role, and to get to see how those lenses of organizing can be brought into City Hall to help us make progress in the kind of day-to-day minutia of, running a city. You are someone who just always pushes us to work harder. You always bring your A game to any discussion. I am really going to miss you on the council, and I am glad that we will continue to have you in our community. Thank you, Councilor.
Mr. President, I've been shamed by my colleagues into speaking on both items. Tried to save some time, but I apologize. Councilor Kelly, I've known you for many years. Drinks are on me at the McLaughlin family reunion.
Yeah, gosh, Councilor Kelly, it's so hard to look across to both of you outgoing councilors and know you're not going to be there this year. And there have been countless times this year that I've looked to my right or my left and just gone, oh, I can't believe they're gone. It's just the value that you bring is so incredible, and Councilor Scott touched upon this a little bit in his comments because it applies just as equally to Councilor Gomez-Mucad. I pity every new councilor that comes in because the standard that you have set as what a first-year councilor can do, a first-term councilor can do, is almost unattainable. We'll see if anyone can reach that, but it's just been so impressive to see, as folks have said, the work you put into everything and the questions you ask. And there's been so many times when, and I don't come up and we all sort of sit there quietly, right? And you raise your hand and have a question, and I go, oh, good, all right, Charlotte's gone this one, and without fail, it's an incredibly insightful line of questioning, very often something that I hadn't thought of. And it's such a shame for us that you're not going to be here. I'm grateful that you will still be here, and I know that we will hear from you as well. And I certainly wish you the best. But I just thank you so much for bringing that, for just the work that you did to help us all do our jobs better. It really, as I said, just I consider you as far as a legislator goes, and all due respect to all of my colleagues, as just absolutely the gold standard for what a councilor, particularly a councilor at large, can be at the Horseshoe and committee meetings and in that role. So good luck. I'm going to miss you.
Oh, Councilor Kelly. We got to spend a lot of time together in committee meetings, and I consider that to be a gift, both because you're just an awesome person to get to be around, but also getting to share a room and to work with somebody who was so well prepared. It has been. What does it say on the plaque? The excellent service to the people of Somerville. I don't think the people of Somerville realize how excellent that service was. I am so sorry that I was part of getting you into this nonsense. But I could not be more grateful for the incredible job you've done. One of the things that I have learned is from watching how you brought your experience as an organizer to your role, that you built a team that lets you accomplish far more than you could have done individually. And I know that's part of your heart and your ethic and your ethos, but it is both truly stunning what you've been able to do with that team, and also truly telling that this was not sustainable, even with that kind of love and support around you. So, I heard our colleague from Ward 5 talk about how dark the times can be here, and I think I've heard that from most everybody around this horseshoe at some point. So, I am. The legacy you leave behind from Finance Committee, I will miss you. From your incredible work on alternative emergency response, the presentation, the committee meetings that you put on along those lines have just. I'm glad they're on video, so we'll be able to revisit them in the future. But this is certainly not the last time, given that Councillor Kelly is soon to transition to being Constituent Kelly down in Ward 2 for as long as we can keep you there. So I will see you on the streets, and I am sure that it will not be long in the transition from councillor to the incredibly dogged advocate that I know you to be about all these issues that you care so deeply for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I'll be brief. So I guess the thing I want to say, actually to both of you, just the work ethic and just like the bringing your A game every time. That's kind of been said a lot, and and I just want to sort of emphasize that and stress that with you, Charlotte, because you're a badass, and you came. Prepared every single time. And again, it's just echoing what everyone else has said, because it's so true, and because it's something that we all were just in awe of. And, the thing that also impressed me was that you never let your emotions show. You're a consummate professional, and you always respectful, even in the heat of, in a heated discussion. And that's something I really respect. Like, I have a lot of respect for you. So it really is sad to see you go. I'm surprised and disappointed, as many have said. It's going to, certainly leave a big hole, but I'm happy to have served with you, and I'm happy to have gotten to know you more. I've known you since, a number of years back, since Pat Jalen's campaign, and just all the work you've done in the community and all the work you're going to continue to do. I look forward to seeing that, and thank you.
Councillor Kelly, met you for the first time during the 2021 campaign. I just remember, after a candidate forum or a debate, you get people coming up and saying, "Oh, how'd it go?" And my response was usually like, who had a good night was Charlotte Kelly. I just came away so impressed with your, just your grasp of issues, your ability to express yourself. You were a formidable candidate, and I was 0% surprised that you did so well in that election, that you won a seat here as an at-large councilor. Getting to know you as a colleague this term, it's hard to put into words how much I respect your sharp mind, your grasp of policy, your preparation and research for meetings, and just your ability to speak powerfully off the cuff in the moment. Anyone who's served with you on finance knows that you ask a lot of questions, and they usually were very incisive questions. And you had this superpower of being able to ask sometimes a very tough question in a really friendly way, which is extremely impressive. In addition to your contributions to finance, I've had a deep appreciation for your efforts to bring alternative emergency response to the city, and of course the war on rats, who might have apparently finally learned their lesson. We heard the numbers are down, and possibly you've yet to be touched by a rat this quarter. might have learned their lesson. One thing the public might not know about Councilor Kelly is she is wickedly funny. I've told her numerous times that if this whole labor organizing thing doesn't work out, there could be a career in stand-up comedy for her. The sense of humor is just one of the many things I'm going to miss about her next term, along with my younger daughter asking me she asks about you pretty much every time I come home. You've made quite an impression on her. You definitely made an impression on me as well. I love how your brain works. So, not a goodbye, but a see you later, as Councilor Scott mentioned, your constituent Kelly now. And I know you're going to be talking to us plenty in that role.
So first, Councilor Kelly, I want to say the respect is mutual because your passion is just, I believe people should work out of their passion, out of their beliefs, and you always pursued it. You were also extremely thorough, and I appreciated that. I always thought, it's like, was she a teacher in her past life? So you have the thoroughness of like my mother, who's a teacher, who's very thing. And I remember telling myself, I might not agree with her every time, but I think she's going to be a pretty darn good counselor, and I know your life in politics has not ended, and I think many doors will open for you out there, and I also want to recognize you did bring a very important piece of knowledge, and it's your labor knowledge. It's an incredibly important piece right now, more than ever, so I think that would be incredibly missed, and I'm very appreciative of your other job representing our school teachers. I can not say how I always tell my children, you never forget when a teacher touches you. You always have that teacher. So I thank you for that. And again, incredible respect. You're thorough. You had your passions. You opened my mind to some alternative policing that I never would have. So that's the most important thing that you get when you learn from someone else. And I've learned a lot from you. And it's like, I didn't know you were the youngest, but that's the truth about us. We all have different experiences, different backgrounds, and we can learn so much from each other. So I really want to thank you. I understand, but I think you have a whole world ahead of you, and heck, you can run until you're, how old is Biden right now? Thank you.
Counselor, so many people have lauded your attention to detail and ability to read a 900-page report before, 3 hours before a committee meeting and make sense of it at the meeting. So I really appreciate that about you. But my favorite Counselor Kelly story is the first 2 weeks on the job. I don't know if you remember in early 2022, we had my first collaborative order with you on COVID, and we felt like we were the only two counselors who still believed COVID was a problem. I say that in jest, but I found in you a partner and advocate around the health and safety of our residents that I've always really appreciated, and I think you've carried that forward in every committee, every single thing that you've done on this council, from the way you've led public safety this year to the war on rats, and how that's always come down to the health and safety of our residents. So thank you for that steadfast commitment, and hopefully we can carry that torch as you become constituent Kelly. So thank you.
Thank you.
Soon to be constituent Kelly.
I'm between us and liquor, so I will be quick. Thank you all. I do the compliments. Well, thanks. I am so excited to going back to being a pain in the ass. That is my formal title, and I hope I get that on a plaque in my retirement. This has been such a life-changing experience. Just fundamentally a different person when I decided to run it at 26, 27, and here I am, still not yet 30, in entering my retirement. So I'm so grateful for each and every one of you and the way that you have showed up in this space. I've learned something new every time we're in a council meeting, both about who you are as people, but also about how we can do governance better. I'm very excited to going back to being a pain in the ass, but with all of this knowledge that I'm going to take with me, not just because I'm going to be emailing you about something, but I'm hopefully going to be bringing like 15, 20 people with me. And I think that is ultimately the job of being a city councilor, is getting people on the bus that we have all gotten onto, this like weird kink of municipal government, and like thinking about sewage and potholes and where our money gets spent. It's like a weird thing we've all figured out, but the way that we as a body can continue to get people involved when we're in office and when we're out of office is by making this space as accessible to people as possible. And so I hope that I have lived up to a value that I have set for myself, which is how do everyday people interact with government and how can we make it better for them, but also how can we make them feel like they own this just as much as we do, even though we sit in these fancy seats and have these plaques. So I don't really have wisdom or guidance, but just continue to ask questions and don't roll over when things are hard, and be a pain in the ass sometimes, and hopefully another person will get a spark of curiosity about this weird thing that we all do on Thursday nights late into the evening. And I will see you all in the streets, or I will see you up at that mic hollering about something new, but just thank you.
Next item, please.
We waive the reading of 2.3 and move on. Island Kitchen.
We can do them fast. Item 2.3 is a citation by Councilor Ewan Campen, commending Councilor Judy Pineda-Neufeld for her distinguished service as Vice President of this council in 2023.
Thank you very much, Vice President.
And item 2.4 is a citation by Councilor Pineda-Neufeld, commending Councilor Ben Ewan Campen for his distinguished service as President of this council in 2023.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
This is what the public logs in for. It's just giving, yeah.
That brings us to the end of the agenda, Mr. President.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Mr. President, I hate to end the meeting on a sad note, but there's a moment of silence I wanted to give that I was not aware of until this meeting started. I learned recently that Kayla Driscoll of Rhode Island Ave in East Somerville, age of 34, passed away in a car accident recently. So I just want to remember her and make sure her family knows that we're all thinking about her. Her brother works for the fire department, and her father works for inspectional services. I've known Kayla for several years now, and she had a really big, beautiful smile and really cared a lot about her friends and her family and the people around her. So I just want her family to know that we're all thinking of her and her family in this time.
Thank you, Councilor. Let's just take a moment, folks. Thank you.
Answer the question before you ask it. There are no late items before the council, but there are a bunch on the table.
One big vote.
So we'll pick up items for approval. Items 1.3, 2.1 to 2.4, 3.1 to 3.3, 6A to 6C, 6G to 6M, 7.7 to 7.9, 9.4 to 9.19, 10.9 and 10.19, and place on file items 4.1 to 4.3, 7.23 to 7.24, 9.23 to 9.25, and 10.20 to 10.22. So on those items, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes, please.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
All this for Burnley, and he disappeared, yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley. Councilor Gomez-Mocad.
Yes.
Counselor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Pineda Newfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 counselors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, those items are approved or placed on file as indicated. And we've got a roll call adjournment. On adjournment, Counselor McLaughlin.
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Scott. Yes. Counselor Strezzo.
Yes.
Counselor Klingon.
Yes.
Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Counselor Burnley. Counselor Gomez-Mocad.
Yes.
Counselor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Pineda Newfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 9 counselors in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 absent, we are adjourned.
Thank you all for a great year.